Walk through one rep and then we're going to be split up.
I got it.
Number 10.
Welcome back to University of Nottingham. We are ready for this Scotland versus France mixed 18s battle. I'm Mark Tipple, all the way from Australia, joined by the legend himself, Peter Walters. Pete, nice and warm here for you, middle of summer.
Oh mate, I've just come from home with the same weather. It's the middle of winter back home. I thought I was at home.
Thought you were getting a European getaway, and here we are.
Yeah, she's cold and wet and the grounds are getting cut up a little bit, but hey, there's some good touch going on.
Mate, it's brilliant to be here. It's been a fantastic week so far, and this game should be a good one to watch. This French 18s mixed team, one of the leading teams in the division, with a developing Scotland team, we believe.
Exactly, and the French team were in, I think they actually won the last Junior Euros last year against England in the finals, so you can't discount them. They played England and lost by 1 or 2 yesterday, beaten everyone else so far, and there, as we say that, they go in to score off the tap-off.
Yeah, nice. So I think that was a quickie release. 33 out the other way. Pete, talk us through it.
Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, it's middle there, like you say, 33. He turns and he bounces out the Lincoln to fire it up. And he draws the winger, passes to his winger, and she scores in the corner. Great setup.
Good setup. Assist from Arthur Ferry. And I think Audric scored in the corner there.
Scotland's done a quickie there on the link. The girl comes and takes it forward. They're driving forward. And that ball's very slippery. The long passes aren't really going to be on. There's wind up as well, so that's going to come into play.
Yeah, definitely. And the better teams, the more experienced teams, take that into account in everything they're doing, catching, passing, but even their box patterns, Pete, you might have to make adjustments for that.
Yes, and you've got to stand a bit closer as well. And it depends. You've got to know, okay, is the wind behind our backs, or are we going into it? So depending whether you're going to throw the ball in front or throw the ball to the body.
So France, 5th touch here. 11, Benjamin Braun gets a 6 again. Yes, he does.
Yeah, Benjamin, I remember that kid. He was in the 15 mixed last year. Now he's up in the 18 mixed. It's good to see these kids around that age when they just shoot up 4 inches the next year and they're muscular by another 8 kilos. It's great.
We see number 1, Joseph Audier, dive in on the 32 peel, the rooster play.
Yep, and they're running the same on the other side of the field. He's thrown it, but they've stopped and changed. Oh, they've got a penalty. Scotland not advancing off the line.
Calling him forward. Braun has a dive at the line. That's 2nd touch. Scotland up to the task on that one. So they're really looking at this 32 peel platform.
Yes, they are, and they're running a couple of quickies too, so the drop and lift for Scotland is going to be crucial. They've got to drop back to the line, then lift off the line.
Nice ball to number 9. That is Gabrielle Karen scoring that one. Good little second phase play.
Yeah, and the Scotland link was in quite tight here. So he's in there on the ruck. So you throw out to his link, and he just dives in. So try.
Good try. France are coached by Maxime from the French mixed open team and Cécile from the French women's open team. So drawing on plenty of experience from their coaches. 32 peel for Scotland this time. Same move the other way, and that's 5th touch.
Yeah, moving across to their right. A little bit of unsurety there, not too sure what to do, Scotland. And that's the change over there. Let's have a look at what France do to come off their line. They drive one forward, 32 far side. Now a lot of the French teams are doing this. Then they release the ball out to the link. Sweepers come round and they head towards the box. There's great yards there. Fifth and final, it's a middle dump. Goes short side, passes off to the link. Looks like he's got that down. Good play, France. Another try.
Evan Jolly, good scoop. 33 middle platform. Picks up from half. Nice little right foot step and awareness. Body awareness, Pete, to get away there.
Yeah, he was quite understanding that his defender was still offside. He could get a play through call. Well done.
So if you're a grandparent or someone new to the sport watching, when we use the terminology 32 or 33, you might hear us say, especially in New Zealand terms, a 1 is a winger, a 2 is a link, and a 3 is a middle. But it kind of makes things a bit more simple when calling moves and whatnot, Pete?
Yeah, it's just another system, so that's been used for many years. The 3's a middle, so if the 3 drives over, if a middle drives over to a link, then that's a 32. If a link drives to a winger, that's a 21. Yeah, it's quite helpful.
Ooh, good little step back, and France are able to win another penalty there. Drop ball with a potential try coming, but they'll get a repeat set. So it's number 8, Audric Nicole, and number 17, Lillian Tatard, working in the middle here. Yeah,
they're quicking the link there and throwing off to the winger to score. So a good sideline play. It's always worth a little punish play in the corner. Always worth the go.
Arthur Ferry here, as we see, he'll end up with the ball at link. They dish off. Link comes up.
Yeah, exploiting that two-girl side. It's perceived as a weakness, and 70% of touchdowns seem to go on that two-girl side because teams make it a point to attack there. There's a mismatch, so try there to France.
So Arthur Ferry with his second assist, and Charlotte Tonso gets her second try in that far corner as France go up 4-0. .32 Peel, Rooster play again, and good defence from France. The female link gets up, makes the touch, 5th touch here, last touch. I believe this is Scotland's only team at this championships as well, Pete, so it's good to see them have some representation.
Yeah, you'd think that they're quite a big a nation, so I'm not too sure why they haven't got more teams, like the England and Wales and the like, and Ireland. But I'm sure they'll be working hard on trying to get their juniors back so they can have more representation here.
Braun, 11. Bit of footwork, but ball goes to ground. I guess France the other way around. I mean, both of us actually happen, even though Australian and Kiwi accents you'll hear over the mic, both of us are working with Touch France, and they are going from strength to strength with their juniors and seeing some good results, mate.
They are. I mean, they've got 5 teams here this weekend, which apart from England is one of the most representations, and their teams are doing really well. I mean, they're all in intention for semis, and you'd expect 3 of them to possibly make the finals. They're going so well, sitting in second place, I think 3 or 4 of their teams, so they're going well.
Yeah. France now transitioning with the ball, about to set up. Tatard, number 17, has been pretty influential in the setup.
Yeah, they tried a quickie there in the corner, but there wasn't a hell of a lot of room there. Now they're going back the open side. And that was 6 touches.
So good defence from Scotland up to the task on that occasion.
Yeah, heading towards their box. What I like about the French teams is that they're very proactive on wave defence. So basically attacking the other team's attack when they're coming off their line. They've got their systems well ingrained with all their teams.
Have you been surprised at the technical knowledge of the French contingent, Pete, or not really? It's where you thought it would be, or?
Yeah, look, they're quite understanding of systems and the like, and the technical aspects. Sure, there's still more work to be done there with their coaches and their players, but they're very proactive. I really like that about them.
Little 32 platform. Aurelian goes from half. Number 28 finds Charlotte again in the corner. Oh, Romain that time for the try. Good scoop from 28 Aurelian Leprunic.
Yes, he's got some nous about him. He takes that defender infield, steps back the short side, has to pick up a runner, and he finds her. Well done. Try, France.
Love to see the ball in 2 hands when they pick up from half as well, Pete.
Yeah, always, and he showed the ball there, so it just makes defenders wary of what you're going to do. They tend to hesitate at times when they see the ball in 2 hands.
Scotland now. Good line, and I think she's made a fantastic touch. Yes, 34 Ocean. Great try-saving touch from her, and this is 5th touch for Scotland.
Yeah, the guy showed some real speed there to get outside his middle.
So Pete, where next for you after this trip?
I'm actually off to Sweden tomorrow night, so I'm there for 4 days, then back in France for 4 days, then I got London 4 days, and then the last 12 days finishing with the Euros in Vichy, France.
Fantastic, great trip. And doing some development work with the Swedish team?
Yes, they've got a team going to Euros. I was actually with them last year at the Euros, so I've got some coaching courses there and working with that 30s team, I imagine, and then I've got some coaching in London as well for 4 days before I head back to France.
With your Galaxy companions?
With Galaxy and a couple other coaches, and also the London Vipers. I've got a session with them, so
awesome,
looking forward to it.
That's very good. As France win a repeat set, Scotland done for off the mark in their dump. They didn't play the ball where the touch was made, so France get a penalty, and that's first touch there.
What I like about the, not just the French, but when you get a lot of newer players at that level that could only have been playing for maybe a year, you can really fast track their learnings with good coaching because they don't have any bad habits, you know. So if you teach them the right things to do, and especially the technical aspects like driving the ball and decelerating and getting the ball down, beating them to the bend, that sort of stuff, you can really fast track their learnings. And I've seen that even with our French teams over the last 2 days.
So Scotland just moving into the line, but this is fifth touch again, so this is final. And you've obviously seen quite a fair bit of development in the European game over the past sort of 5-10 years, Pete?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this World Cup, which is going to be held here in Nottingham, hopefully the weather's a bit better next July, that's going to be awesome. There'll be all these European teams. There's lots more newer countries as well, so... But just seeing how they've developed, and even the top countries here, like England, I mean, they're going to challenge against Australia and New Zealand. You know, they really are. They've been a lot of work, and I think England are going down to Australia for New South Wales State Cup. I know USA are going to the New Zealand Nationals in March. So there's teams really putting in a lot of effort financially as well, you know, to perform at the World Cup next year.
Isn't there a real hunger, considering no Southern Hemisphere has come up against a Northern Hemisphere international team for over 4 years now? So it's like everyone's bursting at the seams to make this happen, and there will be such a good feeling in that World Cup next year, I reckon. That's
right, and we'll look forward to watching the island teams and what their lineups are going to be, because a lot of these players are based in Australia and New Zealand, and they're certainly good performers as well. So it's going to be an awesome World Cup next year.
It's France setting up again through Aurelien, number 28. One of France's most dangerous players. Quickie play there and gets touched. What happened there with the tight plays? The link came in, saved the touch, but there was a big hole from the wing. So let's see if he recognises that now.
Yeah, they're sweeping the short side. And Scotland very tight in there. They managed to make that touch, I think. He's just checking with the referee's just checking now. The player's not injured, so that's good. And penalty.
So not moving forward or offside?
Yeah, it looks like not moving forward. So France looking to set up something here. They're just taking it slow. See what they got. Okay, well, it looked like a 33 peel. Rapper didn't sort of get around quick, so he didn't have much of an option there. That was great defence from the winger. She was in tight and she just ran a direct line straight out to shut down the link. It was good defence.
Great touch from Niamh Matheson on that far wing from us for Scotland, and that shuts down a couple of repeat sets, so good work from the Scottish team.
Yeah, and there's France again working forward, attacking their attack. They're going really well. That's on 3 now, so they're getting to halfway, and they've made some good yards there. That's 4. The fifth touch is going to be made around about the 10-metre mark, which is pretty good defence. You can hold them to 5 around the 10-metre mark, mate. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Especially in these conditions, territory can be hard to come by, Pete.
Yeah, that's right. There's a little bit of wind, so the passing you got to watch, and obviously the ball's slippery.
So they're playing touch 3 there. Got touched and then hit the ground. Braun, number 11, has been influential in their attack. He's sort of directing them around. 32 peel play, it looks like. Wraps around, step back, try time.
Yeah, well done. Step back to the short side. Player went a little bit straight on him.
He did well to set this play up. See him guiding everyone around, Peter.
Yes. So he runs straight, and then he steps to the short side. It's hard for the defender to go one way in these conditions and suddenly turn back the other way.
You can tell Braun's got that nous about him. Like you said, it sounds like he played that 15s in that 15s mixed team last year, and that experience is priceless.
It is. And Scotland have run this twice where they run a 32 long, and they really run. They're putting pressure on them. They're just not finishing with it.
In these conditions as well, the ball might be slippery, but the ground's slippery, so defenders can easily slip over. Well,
Yes.
like that.
Yeah.
Scoops through, and I reckon that's a try. Oh, he's
Ooh,
got
that was close.
good recovery from France.
Yeah, called the touch there. Could have gone either way. Now fast, nice and dynamic, driving forward. There's a difference there. You see, they're nearly at the 10-metre mark, and that's only the third touch.
Oh, good run there from Charlotte Tonso. Down. Now it's Evan Jolie from half. Have we seen the touch made first? Talking to the sideline referee. He's got try.
Yeah, there mustn't have been a touch made there. It looked close. Just watching the replay here. These scoops short side from middle. Oh yes, it looks like he got it down before the guy coming across and the girl on his outside made a touch. So 7-0 at the moment to France. Very clear lead. And Scotland be looking to try and get their first one as they work their way down now.
.32 Peel wraps around, good hands there. And Byrne for the wing, 15, but Benjamin Aston from Scotland, but that's 5th touch now. Oh, 16. Cameron McCallum, actually. 5th and final. Pete, what's your priority? What's your go-to on 5th? Do you like running hard for a late switch or a cut, or what's one of your go-tos on 5th?
Oh, we sometimes if we're static, we tend to just run a show, which is like a fake cut. Otherwise, we try and finish. You're trying to finish with a set play. If you come off the back of a subset and you're on there, you normally know what play you're running, even though it could change depending on what the defence does. Because most teams, you want to finish at speed if you can. If you're down there and it's a static, well, then that's slightly different. But if we're a static, we try to run a show. Yeah, do that a lot at middle, because teams will tend to, when you run that open side, they'll tend to shut down on the 5th and final. So short long.
I imagine your teams haven't very often just given the ball to the other team. Do you generally try and have a crack on last, have a go?
Oh, big time. Yeah. I'm not a fan of just running it into a corner and dying with it. Yeah, I'd like to have a crack on the 5th.
I don't get it either, because how many tries do we see scored on 5th?
I know.
And there seems to be this sort of theme of coaching, kill it in the corner, but I've never been a fan of it.
No, likewise.
So that's 6 touches. Scotland just really struggling to come up against the strong French transition defence.
Yeah, and with time up, that hopefully the coach has given them the time, so they'd want to go like right now, as time's almost up on us, and finish with a try. I'm a fan of counting the clocks down and giving my players that touchdown and the touch count in the last minute. Yeah, right down to the seconds.
Have we got a try here?
No try, touch.
So you like your manager or something keeping the time?
Yeah,
Pete?
definitely. Yeah, and not telling the whole team, but as coach, I certainly like to know what the time is, and it's a good habit to get into that. You've got 40 seconds, and you're organising the next subs and what they're going to run out there. Because if it's like 10 seconds and they go on field, well then even if you're scooping from halfway, I'd like to have a crack on that. Yeah, because it could win you a game in a tight final.
Absolutely. All right, so the first half sees France up 7-0 over Scotland in this mixed under-18 battle. This is day 3 here at the Atlantic Youth Touch Championships in Nottingham, and we will be back in just under 4 minutes. Welcome back to Nottingham. It might be freezing cold here, but vibes are high and the touch action is red hot. I'm Mark Tibble, joining you here in commentary, and joining me in commentary is the New Zealand legend himself, Mr. Touch, Peter Walters. Pete, second half, if you're the Scottish coach, what would you be telling them to try and get something out of this game?
Well, firstly, they need to get down to the attack zone, and they've run a couple of plays, but their setup hasn't been quite right, their positioning and stuff. So, if I had to look at them, I'd look like they haven't got as much nous, and they're sort of newer players to the game by the looks of them. Because when you haven't got the setups precise, then it's it's like, oh, we nearly scored, but we didn't. Yeah. So it looks a bit like that to me. They're doing the right things, but just not quite clinical enough.
32 Peel Rooster play. I actually like that platform for them because they know how to run that move quite well. I'd like to see them step short side potentially and get a defender slipping over, maybe. Yeah,
and that comes with nous, being able to manipulate a defender and work in one way or the other. And that sort of stuff is really going to work today with this weather. It's hard to go one way then change to the other direction.
Peter, as we see the tournament going on, obviously it's international touch. Not a lot of these countries get to train together very well. So we're seeing the touch get better as the competition goes on, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And even a lot of the newer nations, USA are here. They've brought, I think, 3 teams, and they've a lot of their players are new. Some of them are just first-timers. And so they're going to walk away with a whole lot of experience after this tournament. That's what I like about these tournaments. When you're a new developing country, is you learn so much.
Absolutely. The other thing I loved, because I remember when it happened to me, is you really catch the bug. You fall in love with the sport, you see what it has to offer, then you go back and you start spreading the gospel, don't you?
Yes, and you tell your friends, and look, I'm playing touch now, and we played in this tournament. That's right, and that's what we want to happen. We want our sport to keep building and building.
I think with the skills as well, there's a lot of talk about, as we see Scotland just driving, that's 5th touch there. Trying to have a crack, but France up to the task. We hear a lot about, the relationship between touch and rugby, and that'd be a separate podcast altogether. But not only is it so good for your skills if you're an aspiring rugby player, even if you don't want to play contact, this is a sport for you.
Oh, big time. And I just talks in the last couple of days, but certainly what I've heard in recent years is that a lot of the rugby unions over here, they don't have a good relationship with touch. They think like, we don't want our players playing touch, they learn bad habits. But coming from New Zealand, Australia, and even with South Africa and England, they know the value of touch to rugby because there's so many transferable skills. The catch and pass, the vision decision, the footwork. You look at a lot of the New Zealand players, especially the women, a lot of them they represent a New Zealand level for touch.
Yeah. And now they're winning gold medals at Olympics and things like that. So
exactly.
It's just a laugh when rugby associations and federations don't see the value in it.
Well, we're basically the best pathway for rugby and rugby league.
Drop ball there. France can't make the most of that repeat set. And if I was to list, it's awesome to have you here, Pete, to be honest, and I've loved chatting to you and learning from you. And if I was to list your CV, would be into the night by the time we get done with it. But you have helped international rugby sevens teams and that with technical knowledge and stuff like that. So there are some people in the know that know the benefits.
Yeah, like New Zealand definitely, and Australia, they definitely know the value. There's been so many touch players that have represented Australia and New Zealand at the highest level that have gone on to other sports and represented their countries, and like you say, won gold medals at Commonwealth Games and World Cups and Olympics.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. Like, I'm very grateful. I didn't get to play professional rugby, but just thinking about what the sport offers me, like, I'm getting to do some development work in Bulgaria. I went to China last week. Like, what it gives you, the relationships you build all around the world, the awesome community.
Yeah, it's
pretty special.
Huge. And and I know there were a couple of Bulgarian people over for 6 months in New Zealand and Australia. It was so cool seeing them. And so I do hear what you're saying, and I catch up with a lot of people that, and it's so pleasing when you can help their development, even if it's just chatting for an hour about things, and or help someone with their team and give them a little bit of insight into how they can adjust things to be a little bit better.
Okay, Braun 11, he picks up from half. He's been dangerous all game. He's got good footwork, good awareness, dishes off. They've got hands, they've got numbers. Another pass, but that one goes forward there from Ocean Reveille.
Yeah, unfortunate there.
Good skills. I mean, it's pretty exciting, especially when you see kids in the under 15s as young as 11, 12, 13, 14 with, touch, awareness, knowledge in Europe. And 10 years ago, that just didn't exist, did it?
And you just have to look at our French 15 mixed, and some of the kids in there are outstanding. You can see they've only been playing like 2 or 3 years, but they're just so good. They've got now natural nous about the game. They know the rules really well. You also see the newer players who are not understanding of the rules. I know when I coached Sweden last year, when you turn the ball over after the 5th touch, they're all stopping and looking at the ref and going, "Oh, what happens now?" But once you learn the game and you learn the rules especially, then you can be so much better.
France now, link quickie outside. Good recovery from the defender. Number 6, Lauren King, I believe, the Scottish defender. Referee's got a penalty here, though. Not quite onside, I believe.
It's another repeat set here for France. You'd think with the amount of possession that they've got a good chance of scoring this set. Yeah, look at that. Just hard to change direction in this weather.
And Audric Nicole, number 8 for France, takes advantage of it. Repeat set, middle quickie. Bringing them out, giving the old come here.
You look at them hard, go one way, then just stop. And the defenders, when they react to that change, it's too late. Cover come across a bit late.
Great diving finish as well. That's 8-0 now to France, and first try for Audric.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Scotland come forward and really work hard to score a try.
France advancing, Braun 11 with that ball again. 32 platform, and just a little bobble there from Gabriel Caron. I'm sure I'm announcing these names with a terrible Australian accent when they are beautiful French names, but please forgive me. Pete, what's your advice, just quickly, if you're a developing nation or you're involved in touch footy, trying to get touch rugby, trying to get the sport launched in your city or in your country?
Well, a couple of things. One is where you find the enthusiastic people to come and be part of it, and the second is what you actually do to support that, in regards to resources and coaching manuals and online stuff for them to see. I mean, a lot of the touch in a lot of these developing countries have been started by expats who just basically got a bunch of people together on a Sunday, run around and play touch for a couple of hours and then have a meal together. That's how a lot of these nations started, So, and pretty much, I wouldn't change too much of that template. Get a group of people together, get them enthused, spend some time together, so you trust each other, and say, hey, do you want to take part in this new sport?
Yeah. So a couple key leaders in it for the right reason, spreading the fun, making a healthy community and build it from there.
Yes, and those resources like the online videos and stuff like that, they're important as well. I know when I coach under 16s, you can give the kids something. You send them a video at 10 o'clock in the morning. They're all at school, the under 16s, and go, we're at training tonight. We're going to run this play, and they watch it 100 times. So when they come to training that night, they almost do it perfectly because they've watched. That's how they learn, watching on their devices and stuff, and then bang, they get it, and it saves you so much with your coaching. Yep, and France in for another try there.
Rose Jubin with what was called in the end?
Oh, okay, I missed that. Maybe it was forward.
Yeah, maybe. We're seeing the replay here. Not sure what it was. Maybe they got a forward pass in the end or a drop ball, but it wasn't a try in the end. So still 8-0 to France.
Yeah, just over 10 minutes to go.
I think another thing we've been talking about when you do watch the videos online and whatnot, as Scotland just pick up and finish their set, is it's good to watch the videos and learn, but in understanding of why moves are being run, Pete.
Yes, and what's actually happening. You're dead right. You can, on the other hand, you can watch videos, especially the high-level stuff coming out of Australia and New Zealand, and think, okay, yeah, we're going to run that play, that's cool, and we'll run that and it looks good, and they're scoring off it. But the technical aspects and understanding all the little nuances about what's being done can be another thing. You know what I mean? And it's like you run it with your teams, and firstly, you have to have the skill to be able to do what you're watching. And secondly, understanding their body positioning, their timing, all of that stuff. It's not as, sometimes it's not what it seems.
Yeah. As Scotland now still waiting to put their first mark on the scoreboard, transition out. I think that's fourth touch, but they win a penalty. So Aurelian, number 28, going early, it looks like. So a good chance for Scotland to get up into the French red zone and have a good goal at the line here. Second touch, nice little show and go. Just got to go forward, try and get to 7 to 10 metres out for a real crack.
Yeah, they changed their gill and they look like they're using it for the striked up, yes. So they got a 32 peel.
Good play. Oh.
Okay, that was promising. That was a 32 peel.
And the wing opened up as well, Pete.
Yeah, it's obviously left to right, so it's a little bit of a harder ball to throw if you're not a natural lefty.
If they had someone that can throw long here, you'd run a 32 peel, early give to the wrapper and try and throw long.
Yeah, that's a good option. Okay, the girl here is going to quickie the... Oh, yeah, they've run a rooster again. And Scotland just make the touch, so... Scotland's doing well to negate this attack.
France strong on the short side. So 32 out this time.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, she made the touch. Yeah, it was a good option by Scotland with some good phases of attack there.
Yeah, that was probably their best little phase of attack there.
Yes. Something I wanted to point out is that I noticed you've been throwing out a few French words, me and you coaching the French teams, and we're learning sort of one word at a time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super.
So, super. Mort.
Yeah. Avance. Avance means go forward.
Yeah.
Number 1 scoops through. Joseph Audier finds 13. Blun Levesque in the corner. That's a great setup from France.
It is. So let's have a look at here on the replay. Drives it in. Scoops short side. It's got good speed and finds an unmarked defender, the winger. Well done.
So Blun Levesque, the daughter of Arnaud Levesque, who's the talent development manager of France Touch, so he'll be happy with that try.
Okay, Scotland working their way down. Running the 32 peel again. Girls on the strike dump.
And as we saw in the last set, Scotland have now opened up France's open side. The coaches, when they go back and watch, just like we said, something that you know, takes advantage of that. Running the 32 peel, running that rooster and giving early to the wrapper, who could then hit a link or wing.
Yes, short-long option for sure. Yeah, France are very well drilled. They're clean and aware of their, you know, their drives and their options on the strike up. Okay, looks promising here for Scotland. Good touch by the girl there.
So yeah, as France, long ball on last. That young lady, Levesque again. Ball down, but it's gone backwards, play on. So France, mixed 18s, it's heating up in this division. They went down to Wales by 3, down to England by 2, but I think the scores were like 11-8, 11-9. Classic high-scoring mixed play, there's nothing in it between those top 3 teams in this division, Pete.
There isn't, and like we say, last year at the Junior Euros, they are actually the champions. They beat England last year, so they are the current champions, the 18 mixed. Same coaching lineup.
Yeah.
Few of the players from last year, so, and you can see they're well drilled. She's kept, she's running the same systems that she has. And they're well drilled. So that division, like you say, it's going to be exciting. And as we head towards semis and finals tomorrow.
This combination coming on now with 11 Benjamin Braun and number 1 Joseph Ordeer running the attack has been, I really like the look of it, Pete. They've got nous, they've got footwork, pretty dangerous.
Yes. Okay, another rooster play there, or 32 peel. And good shot by the defender. Oh no, he missed him. Yeah, unfortunately he just missed the touch there. Good try.
Good try there. I think Gabriel Caron scores his second try. Number 9, good hands. And what we love to see as well from 15 Benjamin Aston. Yes, he missed the touch, but good honesty there.
Great honesty, yeah.
Just telling the ref, no, I didn't get that one. One of the things we love about the sport is the integrity and the honesty we ask our players for. 32 out, good play.
Yeah, that was a good option. You talked about it before, and it's exactly what they've done.
Yeah. So good process from Scotland. They've got France really protecting their short side, and they've opened the open side up. They just haven't been able to take advantage quite, but some good play calls going on.
Yeah, and as we progress to the 36-minute mark with only 4 minutes to go, Scotland's working hard to try and get a try.
They go through France again. Oh, he's dropped the ball. Aurelian Lepronic drops the ball on that occasion. Evan Jolie, the number 7, he's already put on 2 tries with 2 assists. Scoops through again. Can't make the most of that one. So the score stays at 10-0 to France as we go into the dying stages of this one. They'll be pretty happy with this performance, you'd think, Pete?
Oh, they totally will, and you can see them working hard even now. They don't want Scotland to score at all.
Not sure what it was there. Penalty for something. So Scotland, can we see them get on the scoreboard? I think their coaches have recognised where the opportunities are in that open side. Hopefully they can get to the 7 and give themselves a chance.
Yeah, well, they're working down. They're running the same platform, but they do have different options off it. So that's good that they're doing that.
Another thing I'd love to see less teams do, Pete, is muck around with the ball in this midfield section. Just go forward. Get to 15, 10, 7 out. Would you agree?
Yes, on the turnovers. If it's you're turning over quick and they're not onside and stuff, if you go direct real fast, you normally get them by the second. All they're doing is going backwards now. Just over 2 minutes to go. Scotland turnover. They'll be working their way back down the other end. I've seen here a lot where players are just sort of swiping the leg over the ball.
Yeah.
And they've been getting away with it. It's like they haven't actually gone over the ball. But, it seems to be working for everyone. A lot of teams that we've played against the last couple of days have all been doing that. And it's like it's not actually going over the ball. It's just going over the top of it, but not forward of the ball.
How, just after this set, I want to hear how you would coach that out of players as we dive at the line again. I think France will have another crack because this is 3rd touch, maybe 4th. But Benjamin Braun again setting up. 32 peel. Wraps around. Scotland, good defence. In good defensive shape there, but penalty given, not moving forward, I believe. So Joseph Ordeer in the number 1, he's been dangerous. It's a rooster play. And Benjamin Braun, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, he has. He's got that down.
So Braun 11 scores that one. Talk us through it, Pete.
Okay, so 33 peel. He comes in on the primary. and just go straight forward. Scotland, he made it look easy because they didn't actually step forward off the line, the defenders, so there's no drop and lift there.
Really good technique on that two-handed dive and conditions to suit a two-handed dive as well from Vaughan, so well done to him. Okay, they've got the peel again, little back flick. Okay, they're on the right track. They almost got what we're hoping for with the 32 peel, the rooster early release. Pete, talking about stepping over the ball, is there something that you try to do? Do you get the ball behind your foot straight away, or how do you sort of coach that sort of thing?
Well, you can actually bend your knees a bit more and just put your arm back a bit further, so it's another 4 to 5 inches further back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I know we talk about that when we're teaching quickies, is that sometimes you'd call for that on a quickie play. So you know you've got to reach further and put it. If you put it back another 4 or 5 inches, and that takes that away. Yeah, but I'm not a fan of that sort of swiping over the ball.
Yeah. And Aurelian Leprinek, he wanted to shout out earlier before the match. I had a chat to him. He scores to finish this one off. It's 12-0 in the end. France over Scotland. Another assist to number 7 Evan Jolie. He got 3 assists in that match.
You can just see the experience throughout this match of the French side, probably in years playing, as well as which gives them the knowledge. They just looked, too sharp for the newer Scotland side. So, but well done. I'm sure there are a lot of newer players in that Scotland side, and I hope they carry on with the sport. You know, they're quite athletic. They've got some good skills. The girls look great. And athletic just as the boys do, and yeah, it'd be good to see them carry on with the game. Same with those US players. I remember chatting with a couple of them yesterday, and some of them hadn't played touch before.
Yeah.
3 of them hadn't played touch before they got here. So it was just cool seeing them.
Were they from a rugby background? Or?
Yeah, they were. The girl was from rugby background. A couple of boys that picked up. So yeah, it was cool to see them, and they were loving it. They hadn't won a game, but they were just loving it. You know. Yeah, it's a great sport.
That's what it's about. Catch the bug, take it back, and just stay involved with it. Something we've learned from and got a lot out of. Hey, Pete. So thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here in Nottingham, and it's a pleasure to work with you, and that was a lot of fun. So thanks for coming on board. Yeah, thanks, Mark, and all the best for everyone for the weekend. Hope they do well and take away some good memories. Cheers. We'll be back with a stellar under-18 boys game between Wales and England up next in about 12 minutes.
a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches to get to the point.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, Ems.
tight, tight, tight. Eyes up, yeah, go on. Pressure.
Cheers to Bristol. Hip hip. Hip 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 hip. One for the ref. Hip hip. One for us. Woo!
I want for the ref.
Hooray!
Go on, Darren.
Act really casual.
And I am joined here by Mark and Ellie. Mark has just done the commentary for the game prior. What did you make of that?
I thought it was a really impressive performance from the French mixed 18s team. I know coming into this event they were pretty excited about their prospects, and that was the first time I got to see them properly. Look, they're well drilled, well coached, some good experience across the park against a developing Scotland team. And they'll be right in the hunt with the Welsh and English teams in that division, I think.
Oh, 100%. France across all of the divisions have looked really solid. You can tell that there's a really clear coaching structure because most teams are playing very similar styles of touch, which is what we want to see. And the next game is tipped to be an absolute stormer. We finished with this fixture yesterday, and England were, I mean, I could say unplayable at times. The transition was ruthless, and I was talking to a couple of the lads I know, are fortunate enough to know the likes of Sam Thorpe, Dylan Madge, and they were saying, actually, we have gears to kick up. We didn't have to get out of third gear to get the result, and 16 tries to 0. I mean, if you're doing that in third gear, that's a scary prospect. I'm wondering if Wales can make the adjustments needed, because when their transition just rolling too much, allowing England to encroach all of the space, and then it was a simple catch and pass in the end that was able to whip it round the outside. But it's a very interesting prospect, and we've seen the men's 20s for England and for Wales. Very promising sides, but I was saying to you off camera there, I think there's the consensus from coaches, supporters, that if this boys 18s team entered the Euros at Opens level, there's not many teams that would compete against them. They are absolutely rapid, and we are in for a treat. On this tap-off, we are just a few moments away.
Very impressive. Elliot, any names you recognise or you've come up against at NTS level?
I know Dylan Madge. I knew him when he was tiny, because he lives where my grandparents live in England.
Nice.
And I remember when he started playing touch. And every year since, I've seen him at a competition. I've seen him at nationals, and he always says hi. It's very exciting.
Yeah, and Dylan was one of those players that really punished Wales. He was finding space in the link wing hole all too often, and he loves to hang out there, just getting the ball down. And just before we kick off, actually, Dylan sent me a message on Instagram, and he just wants me to remind everyone of the aggregate score for this boys 18 side. They have scored 52 tries and conceded 6.
Yeah, right, not bad.
Yeah. We've got to appreciate the conversion rate there, and the defence more than anything to almost scoring 10 tries for every one that you concede is absolutely outrageous. And we'll be seeing some dynamic play here. This is Tom and Adam Jacques, the twins from Chester, on the ball.
Quick little word on the refs here. I see 2 French refs that we know very well.
Amazing. And the referees have been really good, actually, with keeping control on some of the games, because England and Wales in the past bit of a chipper fixture. There's no love lost, I think it's fair to say.
A little bit competitive.
We're all a passionate bunch when we play touch. They go for this short, diving underneath. Oh, he's got it.
Yeah. So good setup from England on their first set. I believe, is it the brother, number 1, Zach Burns, 32 peel play, step short side, just dives under 2 defenders. The Welsh look like they're in good position, but
the conditions for diving are pristine. You'll
Yeah,
slide miles and miles today.
Definitely. I've heard some people complaining about the conditions for passing around ball in hand, but it doesn't matter if you get to
I think
dive
as a
at the
player,
line
it
from
doesn't
10
matter
out.
too much. You're quite warm playing, and you're sliding all over the place. It's quite fun for those boys.
And I think what you said there, Mark, is really really indicative of what we saw yesterday. Is Wales didn't do anything wrong. It just outclassed in areas, and they would have watched that game back through fingers, I'm sure, and will recognise that actually in some areas they could have just put more pressure on England, forced them to play more. In the transition, England were absolutely devastating, and we're going to see the first example here. And England yesterday were very happy to take a couple touches up the middle, but that's a first mistake, and England yesterday only made 2 over the 40 minutes, and there's 1 early doors, so...
I made a mistake earlier. Thomas Kerr. I was looking at the Welsh list. But I'm pretty sure it was Thomas Kerr that scored. Sorry, Thomas.
Now England roll into the transition. Good wheels up the sideline. Wow. Just caught.
So coming into this kind of game, Mark, if you were the Welsh coach, what would be your instructions to them?
Well, I think you know me well enough to know that defense is the first priority, as we see a no touch there, but the referee's got them for dropping out. So whatever, we had 16 tries scored against us, so hopefully we learned a few lessons in those 16 tries. And I'd just be tidying up whatever went wrong in our policy and trying to make them throw long in these conditions. So stay a little bit tighter in defense, throw long, and then hope that slippery ball causes some issues. Yeah.
Key word there. Sam Thorpe dumping, 32. Doesn't give the release. Happy to concede the touch. And it was this pod that did a lot of the damage yesterday of Sam Thorpe, Cooper Bainbridge, Ellis Watts. Absolutely electric. They run the long. Cooper just feeding the pass. Maybe should have taken the touch. And so far, so good for Wales. Able to repel a lot of the English attacks.
England running a lot of 32 platforms, so a lot of middle down for length, both sides of the ball. So you can see a clear attacking game plan from their coaches being implemented well by the players.
Yeah, the 32 is somewhere they found so much success, especially that long. And yesterday, as the game progressed, we started to see those progressions through their structures of their inside play off the long, shorts, early release, the occasional screen. And at the moment, Wales seeming more than up to the task. Just giving the possession away.
I mean, so far, we say that with every team, whether junior, master, senior, but especially in these conditions, the most important thing is to anticipate your touch. You know it's coming. There are 6 to play for, and that's how you make space. And coming up on, the Welsh have just lost the ball, but coming up on their attack, there was no moving forward, simply because they had to take 2 steps back almost every time they took an offensive touch.
Just a little bit stop-start at the moment. And here are the Jacques brothers in the middle. Very talented individuals. Getting in behind the press. Strange incident.
A little bit of confusion.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion. Maybe a tad over eager. But England will get a 4th sub.
No, well.
And England get the repeat set of 6.
Interesting to see how they adapt to that.
Thomas Jack.
Should they require any adaptation?
Good defensive touch from Tal Nurse there. And Wales defending a lot better as a unit compared to what we saw yesterday. Jacques to Jacques, 32. They go for the short side play, dive at the line. Another brilliant touch from Tal Nurse.
It's a good defensive set from Wales there.
Yeah, really good, especially considering the conditions
Some good
yesterday.
shoulder positioning.
Early release on the 32, and the long ball goes, and Bailey Blackburn's in all sorts of space.
Such a dive.
Such a well-worked move. They condition the short side, so they absolutely condense that Welsh defence. And then that's just natural ability. 32, early release, long ball. Bailey Blackburn, it's a recipe for success in the corner.
So interesting you talk about conditioning here on a set of 6. It's not one touch and then score. It's setting up your try over multiple touches, and that's what makes a difference.
100%, and this is an English side that is very patient in their work and very happy to maybe surrender a couple touches just to ensure that the space is, space is available when they need it. Wales looking for a reply. Ball just goes to the ground. Good defensive pressure from Dylan Madge up in the link channel. But Wales putting pressure on the transition very successfully. England having to burn a couple touches.
Okay, so that's third coming. That'll be third.
Good pressure. Wales implementing really good shoot defense. England finally makes some progress in this set. And what's he got? Not off the mark. So good defensive pressure from Wales.
They really
Maybe they have been up all night studying.
Yeah, definitely. I think the coaching staff have had probably a restless night thinking about this fixture. But at the moment, Wales really showing that they can improve, and they're going to fix some of the small problems that really did hurt them in the game yesterday. And England having to work very hard for the success.
So Wales here, you just want to see them go forward. They're still 30 metres out roughly from the line. Finally get a scoop on 5th. Good numbers, but runs out. So as Peter and I were speaking about in that last game, you don't want to muck around with the ball too much around halfway, around the 10-metre line. You need to advance so you get 3rd, 4th touch around your 10-metre, 7-metre area outside the opposition try line. England, you'll see doing exactly that. Every touch here, they're going forward, and that's what you need to do.
Just slowing down a little bit in the middle. 5th coming. Now they've got a scoop from far. Jacques can't get the pass to stick. And Wales get a very good position to launch the transition.
We'll see if, like last time, they all bunch up in 10-metre space rather than space the game out more, which England has been very good at exploiting, moving the ball around.
Wales here, 5th touch, but a little bobble. Didn't play the ball correctly, so England get their ball just inside their own half.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them called actually over the past few days. Just not passing the foot over the ball, potentially gaining unfair advantages, and the referees are very hot on it. That's a big dominant touch. That really good shot from Wales, forcing the turnover.
It must be the rugby background or whatever's in the beef they sell in Wales, but there's some big, strong boys in the Welsh contingent.
You should see some of the size in the boys' 15s. They are. I mean, Fiji touch players, legit, they're massive. You could tell me that they are 7s players for Opens age, and I'd be like, yep, fair enough.
Yeah. Well, like we've talked about, touch is so good for your rugby skills. If you are transitioning into contact or you play a bit of 7s, there's nothing better than the skills that touch gives you.
No, I was lucky enough to play with a couple of players at Northwest that have gone on to go pro in rugby league, rugby union. It just goes to show that this is an insane starting point.
Good skills, good hands from Wales, but England up to the task again. Their defence looking very solid. Like we said, 16-0 yesterday against this Welsh team, but good to see some marked improvement from the Welsh. Joe, what are you noticing at the moment that they're doing that they didn't do yesterday?
They're shutting down this transition. They're sending up 2s rather than 1s, and England aren't able to pass around like they were yesterday. And England having to work really hard through the middle, but when you've got the pace of someone like Cooper Bainbridge feeding it out to Ellis Watts, and then it's just a race for the corner. And England do finally get the result off the back of the transition.
After a lot of
good value for it.
It's a great attacking play. It was Bainbridge, that man, left to right pass to the link, and they find 11, Bailey Blackburn, in the corner for his first try, I believe.
Yeah.
He's got some real wheels, doesn't he?
Yeah, Bailey is rapid. We saw really does yesterday. There was an opportunity for a tap back on the inside, and Bailey was like, no, I want to see how good my winger is, and attempt to go around the outside. He's a very confident player. And for all of Wales' good work, England slowly starting to find the gears.
So what's that, 4th touch? Wales can set up for a strike play here.
I mean, we can see that they're still a good 10 metres out. They're not anywhere near the 7 yet, which might make it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, just not rolling into their strike with any real momentum, just always checking off, and then, you know, the English defence it's very easy to get set, especially when you're defending someone who is not rolling into that strike done with much momentum.
With such a strong Welsh mixed 18s team, you imagine the boys 18s was a little bit more of a development in terms of their selections?
Wales are smaller. I mean, that might sound a little bit
Smaller
simplistic to say, but much smaller as a country. So
And
your
we are
pool of
very-
players is obviously a lot.
We are very
more
blessed in the UK
restrained.
as well with a very good touch system. We've got the NTS, development and elite, so plenty of opportunities for these young players to come and develop.
And soon at university level, a lot
Yeah.
of them might be joining at university level. As we know, touch has just become a buck sport in England.
And you know, if you look at can't comment all too much on the Welsh side, but especially for the English side, I can name 7 or 8 players who are all operating at the very highest level of club rugby for touch in the UK, and then they're able to take those experiences and the maturity into this level of competition against their peers who might not be competing at that same level as consistently. And I think the disparity between the understanding of the game does just start to show.
Will be reflected in 16 now.
Yeah, definitely. Although England...
Right, it'll be interesting to see what Wales does here. If we have any of the conditioning of the defence that we saw earlier on their try line.
32 Peel, release out. England defensive shape up to the task, looking very strong. So Wales have to reset. This is either 3rd or 4th touch. This will be their last. England get done for not moving forward with enough intention, not moving forward off the line quick enough, which is a big feature of the new international touch rules. So Wales get a repeat set, get a penalty here. And that's the 2nd penalty. So if England give away another penalty here, they actually have to drop a player, the next offending player. Good little link quickie.
Oh.
It was play through, and he scored it. Really good footwork there from the link. So dish off, number 5, Ewan Clark. And 14, who is Charlie Wood, has the conversation with the ref, but gets told he wasn't onside, so it's play through, advantage played, and Wales score their first try in this tournament against England, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like on the replay, Charlie Wood just missing the line by a fraction. Referee's more than entitled to call play on. And Wales already improving on their performance yesterday. And England just resorting to forcing it ever so slightly.
Wales' defensive shape has gained in not only structure but also confidence. I think that's a good boost for them. Only 6 minutes into the game. Wait, it's been 14 minutes. Only 14 minutes into the game.
It was confusing on pitch 1 because we've got the timer counting up on our screen, and then on the electronic scoreboard that was on pitch 1 there was a timer counting down. So there was a period of time 10 minutes in where it's all about the same, and then past that, yeah, you've really got to have your wits about you. Good covering touch there from Cooper Bainbridge, just shutting out any potential space. Sam Thorpe, one of those more experienced players in the English side, but Wales going through their work very nicely.
So that's 5th.
potentially losing track of the touch count there. Would have thought they'd like to strike off 5th. Not quite the case. And now they have to create something with no touches.
But moving it away from the England sub box.
Yeah. That was a feature of the game that we saw yesterday, but England were very happy scooping 50 metres out. At the moment, it's not the case. Not having anywhere near the success that they had last night. It's a much tighter game, a much cagier affair.
Well, this has been... Oh, no.
I think that sums up England's first half. Do all of the all good work for the first half. And then that final pass just goes to ground.
Would you say that's a little bit of panic, or is it just conditions?
Probably a bit of both. And to be honest, I know quite a lot of these players for England, and they'll probably be annoyed that they've not converted more, so therefore trying to force the scores to get the dominance back that they had yesterday, and in doing so, maybe just overplaying in areas where they really should be focusing on getting the ball down, getting a crisp dump, and driving forward through the Welsh line.
.32 Peel Rooster play. Wales dive at the line. Touch is made. Good attack, good defence. 50-50 call, ref right on the spot.
I think they're having a little bit of trouble seeing the lines, giving the mud.
So Wales, the try scorer from earlier, Ewan Clark, runs it out to the left, but that's last touch here. England not looking too troubled right now, and Wales just
killing it away.
Killing it on last, yeah. Ooh, so Wales get done for a hard touch there. England get out of jail and look to be getting out of their own half. That second, third touch coming here as they set up transition and win another penalty. So piggyback all the way to their Welsh try line as there's a forced sub from Sylvain
Charas,
the French referee on the field at the moment. That second touch.
Some really good ball movement around the pitch.
32 platform again. Good footwork. Goodness me. Number 2, Archie Devlin.
Yeah, he was instrumental to England's success yesterday, scooping through the pace, the step. So athletic, so powerful, so mature for the age. And England just moving the ball around. Archie on the long. Oh, the pace is just too much. But brilliant covering touch actually from the Welsh middle. Was unsure if he could cover the ground fast enough. Yeah, you got someone like Archie running at you at full tilt. Wouldn't back many to make that touch.
Yeah, he's threatening, but yeah, Wales, great diving touch there, mate, as they find themselves with no one on the field. The winger left all alone. And Wales territorially in a little bit of strife
That
here.
is 5th.
That's 5th and last. Not aware of the count on that occasion. So I believe in this division, these are the only 2 teams, is that right?
Yeah.
And they've been coming up against the mixed 20s a little bit as well.
Yeah, so they've, well, I'm pretty sure they've just been playing anyone and everyone that they can. They just want to get out here and run. I've been saying on comms, I want to see these guys play the England men's 20s at some point. Because that would be a really...
Have they not?
No, not yet. It'd be a really tasty affair. Especially when you've got someone like Sam Thorpe on the pitch. So mature.
Now that's 5th.
Got to create.
And last.
And I've been hearing quite a lot about the strength of the England men's program. So good to see, you know, what's coming through for future generations as well in the not too distant future.
No, definitely not. A lot of these guys, you know, are currently operating in some of the, you know, most elite clubs that England has to offer. But you know, Ellis Watt's just been selected for England Men's Open, so there's the first little taster of what we have. Everyone's happy with his work. Sam Thorpe, Cooper Bainbridge, Archer Devlin, Dylan Madge, just to name a few, all hot on the heels, all asking the right questions of what do we have to do, what do we have to do, and it's been shown with Ellis's inclusion that if you do the right work and you ask the right questions, you get rewarded, and there is a clear pathway for these guys to enter those men's open setups and mixed open setups.
So Ellis might be part of the group that's going to Australia later in the year?
Potentially. Don't want to say all too much and jinx it, but Ellis is a very solid player, and for the privilege of knowing him for a few years now, and come on leaps and bounds in maturity and physical ability, started picking really intelligent options, really impressed us yesterday, and yeah, it's really positive.
Very good. Well, that's an impressive first half from Wales considering the scoreline.
I was
yesterday.
worried. We told me 16-0 and I thought, oh, we're going to have to come up with some new adjective to describe all these tries and try and give Wales some encouragement, but I'm impressed.
No, incredibly impressed. It's absolute night and day to what we saw last night. It really is, because it was sort of a little bit worrying, to be perfectly honest, seeing the level of dominance that England were able to put out there, and they were loving their touch. Every score was met with laughter, cheers, high fives. They loved it. Whereas today, yes, the conditions don't suit England maybe as well as they did yesterday, because England love to move the ball in open space. But Wales, full credit to them, putting enough pressure on in the transition and actually, asking the right questions when they get to the English line. And England may be lucky to get away with not conceding a score when they were two penalties down on the line. And if you're the Welsh coach, there's so many positives you can take, and you are
They're
truly
not
in this
letting
game.
England just play. There's much less flow. It's so much stop-start, which is not ideal for either team, but certainly not ideal for England in this situation.
Ewan Clark, the try scorer for Wales as well, on that link quickie. He looked like he has quite a bit of attacking nous about him. Good footwork, and if I'm the coach, I'd like to see him be put in the same situation and ask this England defence some more questions.
Yeah, I think something we've not seen enough, although I'll say enough in inverted commas because they've not really had the opportunities through England's pressure, is conditioning those links to stay wide and then changing the point of attack to maybe try and look for space through the middle. At the moment, when Wales do get into attack, it's relatively comfortable for England to move as a set of six and close that space, whereas if Wales start to back their hands, maybe you attack down the right hand side, then you move the point of attack to the left hand side and try and create that middle separation, they might be able to find some more success in the second half.
Are we saying here then that the games are won, touch games are won in defence, not in attack?
100%. At the moment, Wales performing in defence way better than yesterday. And England, I mean, you've already conceded one. You didn't concede any yesterday, so that shows that maybe you're taking just a little bit of a drop down in intensity. Maybe thought this was going to be a slightly easier game from the result yesterday. Maybe a little bit of complacency kicking in, but I'm sure that the coaches have gone, right, that's enough messing around. Come on, let's show everyone what we can do.
Well, Wales have the tap now, so an opportunity to get within one of England, and I'm sure they'll be pretty pumped up and pleased with themselves. So hopefully they can carry that momentum into the second half, put in another strong performance, and keep this one at least close, if not challenging.
Yeah, if Wales get a score straight off the tap-off and bring the deficit back down to one, it is anyone's game. It's an old adage, but the rain is the big equaliser because you can't throw as many of those long balls. You can't back the hands as much as you could do, and those passes that would stick in the dry potentially don't in the wet. So, Wales have really got to favour themselves here, especially having the tap-off to start. As long as there's no early mistakes and they don't allow England to build in confidence, this will go right to the wire.
The fact that they can believe now that they are putting up a fight rather than being walked on all over is important for their mindset and their confidence in the sub-box especially.
Yeah, 100%. And, a lot of these Welsh players will know a lot of the English boys playing against each other in the NCS series. So there's the extra little bit of motivation, win some personal battles, get one over on your friend potentially.
All right, Wales tap off. That second touch, you really want to get nice and close by fourth touch, especially on a tap off. Fourth there, they've got one more to play with. It's 32 Peel. Back to middle platform here. quickie for number 10, Fraser Britton. Long ball goes to ground. Opportunity there for Wales. Encouraging signs once again.
Yeah, it seemed like they were looking for that link to hit the hole. Fortunately, link maybe just a few seconds away from where he needed to be. And England have a really good opportunity to launch from deep, but they've given away a roll ball infringement.
I'd like to see Wales play their full set of 6 on the line here.
Yeah.
If they need to.
Sam Thorpe throwing himself at the touch. Moving a little bit gingerly.
.32 out. Another penalty for not moving forward this time. England get done for.
Yeah, England living right on the line. It seems like they want the links to make as many touches as possible in those circumstances, but then the middles are just dropping too early.
Okay, 32 out. So that's second touch. Ewan Clark in the number 5. He's the try scorer from the first half. He's at the close link. They run a 32 peel. Rooster again, a massive long ball early on in the set and a little bit of a waste in the end. Didn't need to run it and it definitely wasn't on. So unfortunate, but England have been done again for not moving forward. So that's the second penalty.
Yeah, 2 on the line now. One more. Oh, no. Referee deemed three penalties. England player goes for time for the rest of this possession. And now Wales playing 6 on 5, although the sideline ref just wants to have a very brief chat.
Yeah, personally, I think that's only the second penalty, but he's sticking with it, I think. So, yeah, 3 penalties. And England, like Joe said, defending with 5. Oh, boys.
What a touch. Although it's a missed opportunity for Wales, but Ellis Watts take a bow because that touch just threw the dumping player way off balance. And
England are moving forwards.
Whichever player was sent for time, you've got to thank Ellis at the end of the day. It's just saved your bacon.
That is 5th coming.
Good strong touch, hips and feet in front like we like to coach. That's 5th and last now. Good run, good hands, ball to ground. Good skills in the wet as the rain starts to come down even more as if it wasn't already wet.
Yeah, it is really streaming down now. Got to take extra care of the ball in the roll book, in the ruck. Make sure you're securing it at all times. Don't give away any needless penalties or turnovers.
Wales 5th touch now, trying to cook something up. Get a little draw and pass, but nothing cooking. The fields are holding up really well here, though, I have to say. Like, even on field 2, they're preserving field 1 at the moment, as the referees are just talking, I think if it's 6 again or not. But we had some high-profile leaders from Touch Football Australia doing reconnaissance for the World Cup happening this time next year. So good for them to see what this will look like in any kind of conditions.
Definitely.
Hopefully sunnier conditions. Last year at the Euros, sunny conditions.
Yeah?
Yeah, held up very well in sunny
The
conditions.
sun does shine here?
Sun was shining. It does shine sometime in summer.
Very
not
occasionally.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I promise you, we're not satisfied with this being our summer.
No, the University of Nottingham, the town of Nottingham, England Touch and FIT doing a fantastic job of hosting the event. We're having a great time. The vibes are high, even though the weather's a little bit cold. Can't do too much about that, though.
No, we were saying the atmosphere for the weather, and you know, each team has a good amount of support out. Some people having to travel a fair old way.
32 platform again from England. That's been their go-to. Lovely long ball.
Yeah.
And that's a fantastic finish. Thomas Kerr in the corner.
God.
This will be a great replay.
So close to
His
the
second
touch
try.
line.
So 32 out. Archie Devlin. Beautiful left-right ball. dive. Oh, that's world class from Thomas Kerr to score his second try. 4-1.
Another bit of information as well from Dylan Madge. Got to big him up. He's like my inside enforcer. It's brilliant.
Isn't he playing right now?
Yeah, Tom Kerr. That's his 12th try of the tournament so far. Right. Top try scorer for England right now. Superb play. We were joking about on live stream yesterday, saying it must be such a good job to be an England winger in this team, because the vast majority of it is catching ground, but that one was far from it. Lots of work to do in the corner. Tom Kerr, good value for his 12 tries.
Yeah, you can see why with finishes like that. Good hands from Wales, but that's set complete, so can't capitalise on the halfway tap. England get out of trouble. That's first touch and good momentum early in the set. Those strong Welsh boys get done for using the force on this occasion. Just going a little bit in too hard in the touches. Maybe a bit of contact with the head, which is unnecessary in any sport, let alone touch footy. So first touch there, that's second.
Yeah, another one.
Done
just
again.
Unnecessary touch there, just extending the arms. Touch had been initiated and made, and it's just the extension of the arms to carry on that contact. Referees are really hot on unnecessary behaviour, and he's not been fussed subbed. He's not aware. He has been sent for time.
They were warned, I think, in the first half more than once.
And they will play with 5. 2.5 minutes. England need to capitalise. These two have all the tricks of the trade to do so. Jacques for Jacques. Welsh player on the floor, and it's an easy release. And England beginning to turn the screw in this second half.
It's not always because you have only 5 players on the defensive side that you always score. So that they were able to adapt pretty much immediately says a lot of the level they're playing at. And their heads-up touch they're playing especially.
100%.
So that 32 platform once again proving beneficial for England as number 9 Sebastian Hilbrand scores his first try. Wales, it's always difficult. Is it 4 or 6 sets? 4 completed sets or 6 completed sets that they'll be playing with 5 players?
I think it's either 4 completed sets, or unless a certain amount of time has elapsed, whichever of the two come first. I believe it's typically 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So trying to attack with 5, very tough, and the wet conditions maybe just getting the better of Wales as the ball just squirts loose at the bottom of the roll ball. And now England look to go all the way immediately. Superb defence there, and pace shown from the Welsh player. Gets across, makes the covering touch, stops the full length there.
Harry Court's a winger we haven't quite mentioned much in this match, but another one with wheels on this close wing.
Yeah, and he got an interception on his line yesterday and went full length, or as well as my co-commentator was saying yesterday, gone full court.
England must be playing with a 6-5-3 setup, so 6 middles, 5 links and 3 wingers. So a little bit different in Europe. I've been surprised at how many teams have been running with 3 lines of 4 and the 2 wingers playing the whole match.
Yeah,
not seen that often down south. This is in the Southern Hemisphere, especially at men's open level. This is much more common setup.
Yeah, I think the mentality of the coaches for this boys' side is, okay, a lot of you are going to go on to play men's opens touch, so let's start implementing the structures you'll be used to, start exposing you to the very highest level of structure. So then when you do make that transition to men's open, it's all that more seamless. Because at the end of the day, although England will always want to win these games, and it will feel like the be-all and end-all whilst they're on the pitch, this is quite honestly the very start of some of their touch journeys, and it's quite easy to forget that some of the players in this team are as young as 15, and when you start to think about that, it does become a very scary prospect for the future of England.
So 5th touch here for Wales. Oh, and just not straight, I believe, but they'll be back to a full assortment of 6 players, Wales. So it's back to 6-on-6. And if you don't know the international game at an opens level, it's some fantastic football. We haven't seen a World Cup or too much international play since 2019. World Cup here in a year. And the England men's and women's team, and probably mixed, as we see just quickly, the twins there, the Jacques twins, is it? Setting up, eventually ball down. Good attacking play from them once again. The England Open teams have really advanced a lot in the last 4 years, and all 3 will be looking to medal at the World Cup next year, I assume. That'll be a real goal.
100%, 100%. I know, especially for the men's, they are desperate for silverware. And the women's as well has been coming on loads. I know a fair few of the mainstays of the Women's Open side have started to hone their trade down in Australia, started to go down and play some touch in the state of origin. So, yeah, England will be setting their sights high at that comp.
Yeah, well, making a trip to Australia, if you're an individual or even as teams they're looking to do, that's showing the investment that they're willing to make, and it can only pay off. A good defensive touch from the link. Number 6, Ed Maguire, just stepping up there off the line, making sure that when Jacques did dive at the line, he could just make the touch beforehand. 32 platform again, looking to set it up. It's really been their go-to. 32 short or 32 long.
Yeah. Although he's give the penalty for a hard touch, which I'm not sure was the case. I would have thought it was for dropping early, but penalty's a penalty, I suppose. England will be happy with the result. Now you've got a fresh set of 6. You want to use them all.
32 long, and it is long for that number 12, Harry Court. But what have they got?
Forward pass.
Unfortunate for England. Good skill execution. It is hard for the referees and touch how those forward call passes.
And that's why there's 3 of them. Touch is a collector sport. In, through it all.
Generally, the ruling is if the ball comes backwards out of the hands, then that's gone backwards, even if it drifts forward later on. So if you ever see passes that look like they might have gone forward, if it comes backwards out of the hands, that's generally an okay pass.
Yeah, Wales won't be so happy with the number of technical errors they're making here. I mean, in touch, especially in these conditions, the instruction usually is to take care of the ball at all costs, low error rate to be able to move forward. And it gets frustrating as a player. Lots of stops and starts.
I wonder if Ellis could have just pinned the ears back there and got under, stutter step a little bit, trying to fix the hips, but Wales don't bite. And here's the long. Oh, lovely
March
dummy.
through.
Just sends the defender, go get me some food from the van, please, pal. Gets the ball down and, condition the long ball. Link's too worried about the pass. Has to go with it, and Ellis just goes, yep, thank you very much. Superb heads up.
Yeah, that man we mentioned earlier, in and around men's open England selection, Ellis Watts scores his first try in this one. That's 6-1 now to England with just over 5 minutes remaining. England defence up to the task, have not let Wales score in the second half. So 3-0 second half so far. England transitioning and have controlled the ball and the game well in the second half, considering the rain has increased.
Yeah, definitely. Showing a lot more maturity on the ball, making really good decisions, not risking as much as they did in the first half. Potentially in the first half, too busy trying to too busy trying to match the tempo that they set yesterday as the referees just briefly speak to one of the Welsh players. Just a slight delay of game.
The French.
Back chat.
He sent him.
I think it's for back. It might be for back chat.
Every game, referees say, we're not letting that through. We're going to sanction it.
So once again, Wales down to 5 players. That certainly hasn't helped their cause in the second half.
Considering that they've been playing with 5 players over and over again, their defence has held out so strongly.
And number 12, Alec Davis, just making up so many metres there for Wales. That was something they had to do last night considerably. Less so today, as Wales have found their footing in the game a lot easier. But Wales desperately need the score. You don't want to be shut out in the second half.
Oh, good scoop from 9. And great attack from Wales. I think the touch was made, but Reece Rutley, the number 9 from Wales, great scoop and good pace. Especially with only 5 players on the field.
Yeah, to potentially find the extra man is outrageous.
Oh, great defense from number 6, Dylan Madge. But England get done once again for not moving forward, so that's definitely a takeaway for them to recognise. Quickie play. Good defence. Elliot, having spent a lot of time in France, being half French, half English, what are the sort of the differences you see in English touch, especially over the last couple of years you've been playing here, compared to touch in France?
I mean, one of the things I'm taught playing in England is the separation between the middles and how close the links are to the middles that enables us to move the ball around, but the links are ready for a strike play or to move out. And that's not something that in France I think we've been very good at, especially in Women's Open. It's a lot more centred, close, mid play that is just too easy to defend nowadays. And so the ball movement, especially on the 7, is nowhere near as good.
I think that's been a real emphasis on creating middle separation over the past few years. I know it's something that coaches have really been starting to implement. It's something you hear a lot more as well when you're talking to coaches. You're hearing players speak. Obviously, we mention it a lot on the commentary. Is that middle separation? You just create more distance for 2 individual players to cover, and you don't allow the team to move as a unit of 6. You almost then separate them into 2 units of 3, creating the opportunities down the middle. And yeah, I think we're
and it enables you to move the ball around, which is something that when you're all bunched up over, you know, a 10-meter space is much more difficult. And we kind of see this a little bit with England, able to move the ball around on their 7 meters attacking line. Such good ball movement though here from Wales. Now I'm saying that.
Good skills from Wales. I think they eventually get done for a touch pass, so they got touched and then passed the ball. If you're not aware of the sport,
back to 6 players now though.
Yep, but back to 6 for the last minute, and this will pretty much be the last set for England.
Oh, go.
Harry Court's out there, the number 12 for England. Lightning pace. He scored 1 try earlier, 1 of the 6.
Just being told to take the ball back. Slight delay. Now here the Jacques brothers. Open side quickie. Looks for the pop back on the inside. Brilliant defensive coverage.
Where are the Jack brothers from? They've been pretty impressive this match.
So they're out of Chester. I've got to big up Liam Lawton. He's hanging around here somewhere. One of the mainstays in Chester. And they began playing junior rugby only last year, maybe 2 years ago. And since then they've just hit their stride and they've developed physically and they're understanding the game. And, 2 contact prodigies as well, playing academy level rugby. So the core skills are all there, and yeah, I believe I'm correct in saying they're only 15.
Very
so to play this level at 18s is incredibly impressive. And if I'm incorrect on the age, it's only by a year out. So yeah, plenty of years in this 18s division for them, and you can't help but feel like these guys are going to be here for a fair old while.
But overall in the game, probably a good takeaway for Wales. You have to notice little victories and little success, and improvement where it is.
Well, I mean, conceding 10 less and scoring 1 more, I mean, you'd take that. You would take that any day of the week. So Wales can be very happy with what they've done. You know, from your mind, Mark, 2 interventions, you know, 1 in attack, 1 defence for Wales that they can use to develop their game throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, we saw that try in the first half from Ewan Clark challenging the link, and I didn't see him get too much attack after that. So if I was them, and I'm sure they'll go back and watch and perhaps listen to this, I'd like to find who your 2 or 3 main attackers are, find what each of them, they choose 1 favourite move, and then let's go over that as many times in a game. So we're just increasing our chances, increasing our percentage plays, and our chances of scoring. So, yeah. I think we've got a special interview now. The coach of England and under-18s. I'm Mark. What's your name?
Will, how are we doing?
Will, very good.
Hey,
you probably know Joe, do you?
Yeah.
Will, good game there in tough conditions. I believe the scoreline yesterday against Wales was 16-0. So, bit of a change.
Yeah.
Completely different conditions. What's your overall read on that one?
Yeah, we're happy with how that went. I think in the first half we struggled to get out of our half cleanly, and it showed because they were able to pin us in a little bit more, put a bit more pressure on our drive. But yeah, the conditions they're not really favouring the fancy football. Compared to yesterday, it was nice and dry and warm. But I'm really proud of the boys the way they stuck at it. Were able to adapt to the game plan on the run and came away with it in the end.
No, what I found really impressive as well is, like you say, your first half 3-1, you let that score in that you didn't yesterday, which I know they'll be gutted about. I know there's been talk about conceding less than 10 throughout the entire tournament, so brings that aggregate up. But in the second half, you changed the tempo of the transition. In the first half, you're trying to run it at the same pace as yesterday, but the conditions are nowhere near the same. Was that something that the players did they problem solve on the fly, or is that on you as coaches going, look, boys, this isn't working, let's dial it back?
No, it's something we spoke about as a coaching team at half time, but the boys were already talking about it when we came to the huddle. You know, they're the biggest critics half the time. They want to have that 16-0 back up there. You know, they want stuff to be running cleanly. They want to be able to flow through the game. They identified it, but it's just great to see that they're able to process that at such a young age. And I knew I had a clue what was going on when I was playing these age groups, and it's just crazy to see them adapt.
That's very cool. And just one last thing, we were just saying what would be some takeaways for Wales, and I said trying to find just a very clear platform for a couple of players and going over that a lot through the match. Now you guys had 32 platform throughout the match, and then you could find different options off that. What's sort of, without giving too much away with your game plan, what's kind of your thinking and your philosophy around that?
Yeah, so all through our campaign we've gone through various platforms, but being able to make it simple for them, so when they're a little bit tired, when conditions are like this, when the game plan's simple, where there's an option and then 2 really variations from it, they're able just to flow into it and make these really easy reads, and their ball skills are so good that it just comes off and looks really great. But yeah, when we watched Wales play Ireland yesterday before they played us, looked like they were running some link quickies quite nicely, and some good boys that could bomb off the back of it. So we were expecting that, but it looks like they'd get a little bit flustered at the end of that one. But yeah, conditions don't favour them there.
Definitely not, and I think England very good value for the result. We will not keep you for too long. I'm sure the boys will be anxious to give you some feedback as well as you giving the boys some feedback. But just one last one, because we're going to see you on live stream again today. We're going to see anything different or more of the same?
We'll probably keep a lot of it the same, in fairness, especially when it's like this. I'm really happy with the way the boys were able to control their own bodies. We saw a couple hard penalties in there, but I'm liking the way the boys are just controlled, being able to ride, listen to the refs. So we probably won't change much. Just our execution in the first half. As long as we can pick up from where we ended it in that game, we should hopefully look for a good scoreline again.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Bill.
Cheers,
I'll
gents.
let you get back off.
Cheers, mate.
Take care, pal. Amazing. And, you know, England, such good value for their result in the end. And I completely agree with what you were saying to Will there in terms of Wales' attacking structure. Just finding the ability to pick a couple platforms, stick with it, rely on them, and be, you know, really concise. I think sometimes in that game, maybe just too many cooks in the kitchen trying to run too many things. Just finding that one platform that works well and sticking with it, I think, could prove invaluable for that Wales side.
Absolutely. I'm sure they'll be encouraged by marked improvement from yesterday as well. I now have to race off to help the French women's 20. So thank you, Joe.
No,
thank you, Elia.
Mark. Thank you.
Amazing. And we are gonna leave it there. We are gonna have a 5-minute break before we're back with the next game. If my paper will turn. Oh, it's England Mixed Open. Thank you, Mark. He's ahead of the game. England Mixed Open. Mixed 20s against South Africa Mixed 20s. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back for another instalment. This time England, South Africa, but this time we're mixed boys, 18 and 20. And so it just doesn't get much better, does it? Big shout out to Mark and Ellie and Joe in the last couple of games. They did such a great job on the comms. And so back with myself and Joe, and Ellie will be coming in as well as South Africa get us off to a pedestrian start, I would say, at the moment, unlike them from earlier, but I'm sure they'll be finding there the white caps. We'll be seeing probably, is it Paulson and Ronaldo in the middle, but everybody's taking cover at the moment. So we'll wait and see how that comes together. Welcome back, Joe. All good, mate. I tell you something, it's been non-stop, isn't it?
Yeah, quick drink break, just giving the voice a little bit of downtime. And then straight back to it.
Good
Gotta
stuff,
love
mate.
it.
Well, it did love it. It's exceptional. Really, really good stuff right across the board. And organisation. I mean, the weather, the only thing we can't control. Everything that we can control has been absolutely spot on. Just had a gentleman from the RFU come up and say what an amazingly well organised event. We had to twist his arm to talk about how good commentators were, but he was just saying so good. The website, the organisation here today, knowing what's going on, everything else. So a big shout out and say thank you to the RFU for sending your man, your spy in the camp to see how he goes and then telling us how good we are. So thank you very much indeed. So see South Africa, it's all South Africa at the moment, and dives in there, and 10 stuck his hand up there. It was that Marcus Armand saying touch, and the ref agrees. So remember, any touch anywhere on the body stops the game. So we get the 6 touches, could say tackles, touches, and then it's a turnover. So you've got to get your magic working before they run out. And this is mixed, which means that at any one point you have to have 3 girls on the pitch. Oh, and that has been given, and that was tasty. Really good finish here in the corner. So dummy to the left. Even I bought that. And here's the quick one there. Pop up and then wide out. And here we go. In the corner. Isabel Ho. It's got South Africa off to the start they were looking for.
Brilliant start for South Africa, just recognising that the touching player for England was offside, and on the floor put the gas on around the outside, and it's just really good catch and pass. And we say how valuable good core skills are, and you see it there.
Right, now let's just give everybody watching the offside rule. Right, it's different to football.
Yeah.
Different to soccer.
Definitely different.
Slightly different in this compared to rugby as well. So, how do you get offside, Joe?
Yeah, so as soon as the touch is made, as you see there, the touching team, the defending team, have to retreat back 7 metres to be onside.
Right, hang on then. So, 10 yards.
Yeah, that's
right,
the one.
Okay, just, you know, old and new money, all that type of stuff, you know.
Yeah, so you've got to retreat back. If you don't hit that offside line, the referees do not call you onside. That's when you're off. And as soon as you can identify an offside player, that's the person you want to run toward.
Right, because those people aren't allowed to touch you, or it's a penalty. So they won't touch. So there's the touch, and you'll see the team there retreating 10 yards, 7 metres, really quickly. Right, and back they go, back they go. And that's pretty much how it works. And then if a player doesn't retreat and you run into them, they are offside and you get the penalty.
Yep, and then a repeat set of 6.
And then you get another set of 6 touches, and like a knife through butter, straight through there. South Africa make it the only time in the game you can do this. I've said it before. What have they done? They've doubled their score. Here we go.
Lovely play. They're just dragging the English defence across, and then they cut back against the grain.
And that's what you call there. If anybody got open golfs on this weekend, so you got on there, you got some of the holes have got a dog leg, so it goes around the man. So if a player comes up out of his line, he creates a dog leg, a gap in between, and that's what we saw there. They just came across, and they weren't in the line, so we have a nice big gap. So there's a heck of a lot of tactics involved in this in the game of touch. And what I'm trying to do is understand it myself and make it simple for yourself listening in, whereby Joe will keep you at the upper echelons on the ball, knowing exactly what's going down.
Yeah, much better defensive set there from England. And England don't want to panic here. Yes, South Africa have probably taken you by surprise. You weren't expecting them to start this fast. But then you've got to be able to relax and take your time and work through your processes. Don't force anything. Just stick to your drive, get from A to B in an efficient manner, and then you can scoop when you have the opportunities. Joseph Tyne on the ball. Fifth coming now, scoop there. Good hands, but a brilliant shot from South Africa, not allowing any space for England. And at the moment, England up against it.
Right, so a turnover happens if you've touched it 6 times, or if you knock on, or if you drop the ball and it goes to ground. So you can't bounce pass.
No.
No, the ball has to stay off the ground all the time. So, and we will try and also talk you through the referee's signals, because they're very quick, and sometimes we're not 100% sure what they're saying. But once again, that's why we got Joe here.
Yeah, that one there was off the mark. So the South African player was touched, and then took a few extra steps and then dumped the ball. Well, you've gained an unfair advantage because you've taken extra meters. So you get the penalty. England get the penalty for off the mark.
Remember, it's a gentleman and ladies game, and the last thing you want to do is cheat on anybody. So it was, obviously he didn't do it deliberately, because that would be ungentlemanly or unladylike. He just unfortunately moved forward.
What feet! That is superb. Thomas Cohen take a bow. Absolutely nothing on in front of him. No supporting player. And then one step, and he slows down. He's like, okay, this is a 3-on-2. I don't like 3-on-2, so let me just do you with the feet. Let me do you with the feet. And now it's a 2-on-1, and I like a 2-on-1. Executes in the corner. So good.
We doff our cap to the quick feet. Well, who did you say?
Thomas Cohen.
Thomas
Superb.
Cohen. Sir Cohen, as he's now known. So they narrow the gap to half. South Africa, this is a quick game, this one. It's up and down, non-stop quick. It's all good.
Oh, South Africa.
So, goes to ground, hits the floor, turnover. England gets 6. I know we've had a lot of messages, people saying, love this game, it's great. And asked a few questions, and one of them was about the referee's signal. So we're going to try and tell you what's going on and let you know about the signals. And that was a nice little handoff, which you're not allowed to do. But the momentum in this weather, it stopped raining now, thankfully, but giddy up, it's been wet here today.
Superb transition, just unfortunately getting caught there. Just losing your momentum as you go into fifth touch, and now the pace from South Africa. What a dump to get the ball down. She's offside.
So what we saw there was the player ran at the player that was offside, and so he couldn't touch him. Nobody was catching up with him, and he just kept running at him. And then the next pickup ran at the other offside player as well. And so basically, you're kind of like, you know, using them as a shield. Really, really quick stuff here from South Africa, and nearly there. And you can see the player, as soon as that ball goes down, they know what's happening and they go back 10. And just telling them to move back as well.
England now rolling through the transition, trying to get fresh legs on. They've managed to stop the flow of South Africa. But apart from one moment magic from Thomas Cohen, not really threatening. And unfortunately, we'll just wait for Robin's call. Forward pass from the base of the ruck.
So just like rugby, you're not allowed to pass the ball forward. Right, I want to say rugby, RFU, rugby league, rugby union, you can't. Rugby touch, you're not allowed to pass the ball forward. It's all got to be behind, and that man's got to be coming on at pace, and that's one of the things that you get taught in touch. It's about coming on at pace to the ball. Give yourself that momentum and move forward. You want to try and have your fifth touch as far up the pitch as possible to make sure that you yourself aren't trying to find the magic of the sixth touch 50 yards out.
No, 100%. And at the moment, South Africa just running out of ideas when they get into the opposition's half, but England surrender the ball needlessly. However, they may get a little
out of jail card. Ref is chatting, and can we see a signal from him? Looking for that signal. Can have a chat. All gone quiet. And okay, it's the England ball, no signal. So the reason was given on the pitch, but it wasn't signalled to us here, unfortunately.
Good drive here from England, making good yards.
Now remember, if you a lot of the time you're, did he get that down? No. So a lot of the time you'll see running at the players and putting the ball down without being tapped, right? Now what that does is that puts every player around him offside. So the guy behind him can pick up quickly. He can run at those players because they're not allowed to tackle. Yeah. So you don't have to be tapped. So this is where running. So he's running at pace there. Those players are offside.
Yeah.
And that's one of the tactics here. Now there was a call there.
Yeah, off the mark. Just taking the extra step.
Once again, where the ball goes down is where you take it from. So some great tactics involved here. So he's running. Now they get the ball quickly. Those guys are offside. And that's why they retreat quickly. And it's like, you know, impressive backwards running. And that ball went down and then rolled forward.
No, it's going to be given a hard touch because the touch came in from the side and pushed the dumper over. And if you're making the touch from the side with the extension of the arms, then there's no opportunity for the toucher to get the ball, for the dumper to get the ball down. However, England give possession straight back. Oh.
And he's got some wheels on him. And was there a touch there? There was, because that was a vital touch.
I don't think he can quite believe it.
Just thinking, really? Did he really touch? I didn't feel anything, ref.
Yeah, smart heads-up play here from South Africa on the box, deciding to get some fresh legs on rather than, you know, dragging the ball all the way over. You've now got a couple fresh players on who can strike for you. Little Aussie back into the middles. South Africa look for the quickies, not quite there. They wait for the fresh legs. Fresh legs arrive. Sweep and play. England dropping early, not engaging the touch. That's too obvious. South Africa have the set of 6. Can they properly use it? It looks like they're trying to engage the link. Joe Tyne makes the touch on the ball. Too obvious. You've got to be more disguised than that.
And now we get 6.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, that is the second penalty on the line.
Right,
one more penalty.
In the 7 metres from the line, if you commit 3 penalties, then somebody goes off for a little break.
Well, it's until the possession of the attacking side is ended.
Yeah, so it's not a sin bin for 2 minutes, anything like that. It's just that possession. So feasibly, it could be 6 touches. It could, if they just keep possession from any other reason. It's as long as the opposition have got the ball.
Exactly that.
And you see the transition there as well. So don't ever worry if you think of playing this, you think it looks quick and fast. You get a rest every minute. You can allow to pop off. You have pods of 4 that come on and off. Only the wingers normally just stay on all the time. And he was touched there. Yeah, back he goes.
Brilliant diving touch just to stop the score.
And the news is here in the amazing facilities of the University of Nottingham. Mass graduation is going on at the university today. Do you know, I was here a year ago, my daughter was graduating and it was boiling hot and we were all suffering wearing our jackets. This year it's somewhat different, but the rain has stopped. There is a little bit of warmth in the air again, the light coming through, and so hopefully that's it for the rest of the day now with the rain. It was meant to finish at 2. It just stayed with us a little bit longer than it should have done. A bit like the Aussie batsman up at Old Trafford.
Still in?
Still in. 161 for 4, not looking good at the moment. Well, it'll be all right. It just depends how the rain goes. But yeah, so looking good here now. Right in the heart of England we are. Pretty much dead centre. Oh, nice play. And this is just pushing them up, but the support is slow. That's because there was a transition going on, i.e. the substitution, and they didn't get round quick enough, and so the ball was held up. And then once you get within 7 metres of the line, the offside line is the line, the top try line. So that's what you defend. No, is given a touch there. So that's the end of the 6. So it's turnover, South Africa's ball from their own try line. Right, you want to take this up. Let's get as far as possible on the least amount of touches. That's the idea now. Just try and get it up. So you're trying to magic from further up. This is the break here. Remember, they're all offside. They can't tackle him. And he gets to the 10 and he has to go back.
Yeah, South Africa really, doing some good work in the midfield, but then just slowing things down as the roll ball comes. Oh, what a dummy. Big show and go, but the 2 women just crowd him out before he can go through. And I've got to say, the South African side looks absolutely rapid in broken field.
Really, really good. Right, so England set from the middle. Joseph Tyne distinguished with his black arms. I think that's a, he wants to stay warm. The singlet doesn't quite work for him.
Double sleeve in it.
Yeah. Well, I went back and put the trousers on the top on when I realised that the shorts were the wrong choice for the day. Frustrating.
Yeah, it seems like whenever England get into their groove and get into an opportunity to attack the line, it's just the 1%ers that are failing them, and every single time they can even this game up. Handling errors creep in, roll ball infringements creep in. Just allow South Africa to soak up the pressure.
Don't ever think that this isn't one for you're not fit enough for it. Remember that you can sub on and off, but if you have got the legs and the fuel and the engine, this is an amazing fitness game. It's just non-stop. You've got to keep going all the time, and as you climb the ladder playing better and better, it just doesn't stop. It's non-stop, continual rugby. So remember, find your local touch club, go onto the England Touch website, and you'll see all the details about your local club if you want to get involved. And as Mark was saying, transitioning to or from the game, you won't find a better game for getting your kind of handling, catching the ball, and awareness around you, because you've got to be looking and it's got to be quick. Now, if you were playing sevens, the guy's going to tackle you, you have a mini break as such, a few seconds work it. With this, you can't do that. You've got to keep it rolling, you've got to keep going, and you've got to be aware of what's happening. You've got to know what's going on around you. Great little try there.
So good, it's that man again, Thomas Cohen. Looks for the counties, takes the ball back on the inside, and then just puts the gas on, hits the line before the defender can hit him. And at the moment, it's the magic of Thomas Cohen that is keeping England in this game, because aside from that, they really haven't performed all that well, especially considering the performances of the England sides we've seen on live stream. I mean, South Africa, they're just so powerful, so dominant, and England at the moment, to be honest, struggling slightly with the pace of the South African side.
Yeah, and we hadn't seen that earlier from the 20s and the 18s. With the mixed here at the moment, finding it hard to stay on top, but doing a cracking job. There we go, look at that, change of pace.
Much better from England in the transition, making up loads of yards. This is 5th now, so you've got to scoop. They do, Rappers there.
And I think there was a touch there. Yeah, the referee with the arms straight up like that, signalling straight up. That means, I think he's saying 5th as well, I think.
Oh, what a touch.
And as the half-time hooter goes, it was a forward pass. So you can't end on a penalty. So South Africa got one last chance and knocked on. So that is half time. So tight game. Joe, quick one. Money, give me one word.
Oh,
that's one.
Patience.
Patience. Okay, give me one word of England or South Africa for the victory.
South Africa.
Join us when we come back for the second half. Well, remember the word that he said. He said South Africa. He said two words, actually. South Africa. That's where Joe's money is. Obviously, I'm a patriotic Englishman, so not only am I following this the cricket up the road, which I was hoping to dig Mark about and tell him how we're putting the Aussies to the sword. Obviously, I'm going to go for England, and we are underway. I'm sure that Joe's actually supporting England, but that's who he thinks is going to win.
I am. My heart says England.
But your head says South Africa.
My head does say South Africa at the moment. It seems like they're able to. Seems like South Africa have more personnel to cause problems, whereas at the moment England's success comes from one man,
Thomas Cohen.
Yeah,
and he can't be on the pitch all the time.
Exactly.
And it's, I was going to say it's a turnover, but nope. Let's go again. They said
tap penalty. So that'll be a fresh set of 6 for England. Thomas Cohen can do his work. Unfortunately, that is hips not square, and that is a real coach killer.
It's kind of like there was no player near him, so there's no advantage. So why would it matter? I can understand why it matters at certain times, but nobody's near him at that point.
Yeah, it's just the consistency of the rules, to be honest. If the hips aren't square, the hips aren't square. Referees know best.
Yes, I know, but that's like, you know, going through a red light, a pedestrian crossing at 2 a.m. in the morning because nobody's around.
It's a shame you can't use your feet to control the ball in touch, because that was almost superb, Hans.
Hands? Feet
yeah.
You mean?
Insane. Yeah, you can't pull a Simon Zebo in touch. You can't use the foot to control it. But it won't matter all that much. South Africa forced the midfield turnover.
Right, so they get a set of 6, and they go again now. Like we were saying, just got to get as far down with the least amount of touches, and there we go. See, 2 touches, and we're already 3 touches. We're already 30 metres down.
Yeah.
And now you're attacking in the last 7 metres with 3 touches. Makes all the difference. Just push it up and get a quick ball. Remember, all those players are offside.
Oh, great hands.
And is there.
Roll it, roll it. Go to the wing.
Remember, there's always somebody out on that wing.
Yeah, they just lost the lost direction there. If the link had reacted fast enough, dumped the ball, if you'd run the phase and flashed it to the winger. Winger was in acres of space, but it was just too slow, the recycle.
Right, now remember that the link, so you got the player that takes the tackle, right, and then you got the half coming off them, and the link is the player that you're passing to from there.
Well, kind of, not kind of. So, if you see on the pitch right now, you've got your 2 middles in the hats for England. They're your mids. Outside of them, you've got the sleeve and the female on the far side. They're your links. And then you've got your wings on the outside. So just referring to those positions. And link, typically, you want your faster players that can strike, because they're striking with a full picture in front of them. And your 2 middles are typically your workhorses who can get through loads of work, loads of defensive touches, and loads of offensive dumps, and complete the sets cleanly. But you know, speaking of completing sets, that's something that England are struggling to do, is they're just giving away turnovers in the midfield to South Africa.
So literally, it's positional that you're referring to.
Yeah.
The middles play in the middle, and they look to take the ball up. They are, you know, in good old rugby league, rugby union, the donkeys. They do the work, the grunt work. They take the ball up, set the platform. They're always the good-looking lads, right? As a second row, I would know that, right? So that's what they take out, and then they, from there, they pop it off to the links, and the links are the ones that you want, like there. You want to come on at pace, and unlike that, catch the ball. And just take it up from there, and then you've got the wings on the outside. Now, the wings don't always have to be the girls in the team, do they? But
no.
That just depends on their pace and their handling and what they want. And obviously, if you've already got 3 on there, one of them can't be anyway.
What I would say about the wings as well, because typically in mix, it is females on the wing, but if you think about what's demanded of a winger, you've got to have good attention span. You've got to stay focused for a long time. Clear communication,
sure where this is going.
Good hands. So you think about that, and the best wingers I've ever played with, and I'll shout out one of them right now, Bex Holmes, voice of a foghorn. You could hear her from miles away, and you know, she had the safest hands of anyone on the team. She was the best communicator of anyone on the team. She'd make sure that everyone would be on the same page, and that's what you want from a winger.
Absolutely. So you're trying to tell me that females got a better attention span?
I'm trying to tell you that females typically make better wingers because they stay focused, they stay on task. Whereas the blokes can get a little bit egotistical and then try and do a little bit too much. And yeah, I would, I'd take a very loud winger.
I don't mean about focus while we're watching this. Slide in there, but definitely touched, and that was a 6, so it's a turnover.
Yeah, South Africa, the speed at which they roll the ball and get into their drive is really helping them, but just on a couple instances, they're slowing it down to check the ball off rather than just taking the touch and making meters. That's much better. You're making loads more meters up the box side. And now they start to move it into the midfield. This is 5th. They've got to create something. Referee's on the floor. South Africa miss him.
And is he still on the floor? He's up. We're checking he's all right. I think that's pride more than anything else. And he's going to come to the sideline and run the side for a moment while he just gets over the shock of hitting the floor.
Yeah, as much as it is a damp floor, it does not feel good to fall.
It doesn't fall. I mean, I took one of those little electric bikes earlier and managed to fall off at that as well on the corner on the little curb. But anyway, anybody texting, yeah, I'm all okay, don't worry. I know the nation was worrying there. And there we go. So that's a turnover. Ball went to ground. You could say it was a knock-on, went to ground. So 14 minutes to go. So these are two 20-minute halves. And that's why you have a big squad and the players in and out. They're coming on at pace and making it happen. There's the transition. So that's the other thing being, you want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, superb. Oh, he's just released too early. It is a phenomenal defensive read. He's more than entitled to go for it. The ball's on the floor, idle. Unfortunately, just released too early, and England get an offside call. South Africa really let off the hook.
That was tight. So basically, you put the ball down and you're meant to have somebody over it, and if you don't and you just leave it there, it's free game.
Yeah, fair game. That's the idea. It's the same rule when the half is stood there isolated as well. So if the half is there and the ball's on the floor and they're either waiting to pick it up or they have just picked it up, the defensive side can fly at that half to force the turnover. And just so everyone is clear as well, if the ball is left on the floor and the defensive team go and touch it before the ball's been picked up by the attacking side, that's turnover ball.
Yeah, absolutely, because you've got to use it. And that ball there didn't quite go to hand. So here we go again.
Link punished by South Africa. They find the space. Brilliant feet. Good covering touch. Oh, the referees just need to talk. Potential offside. Offside is given.
So the arm signal straight out there at shoulder height. That's the offside call. So all the calls are quite similar. Just the height of the arm seems to differ.
Yeah, emotion as well.
Emotion or motion?
A bit of both.
Right, we want to see a bit more emotion.
A little from column A, a little from column B.
Yeah. Has he got in?
Great touch. Number 6, Thomas Pollard. He joined us on comms earlier. He's out there proving he knows his stuff. Brilliant defensive touch.
Let's go again. So Rachel Reardon's trying to make it all happen in the middle there. She's hanging off for the contact.
Brilliant diving touch there. England middle, number 2, Aidan Manley gets up, makes a diving touch. And England need to complete this set to get out and get off the field, because this pod has been on, well, I mean, anyone would say far too long, tired legs, and they are able to get fresh legs wrapping round. We've got some South Africa fans coming and having a look at the live stream box to find out the score. Very happy with their side's work. England complete their set of 6, which is something they've not been able to do in this second half so far. So positives building.
So 10 minutes, no score. You're going to say that's a Pyrrhic victory to England at the moment, just hanging in there.
Yeah, at the moment it does seem like they are, but here's the wheels. Can they make the covering touch? Yes, they can.
Yeah. So once again, just confirm, in touch if you play at your rugby club or whatever, when you have to pull the tag off at the tag rugby, or as you get on a bit, it's meant to be 2 hands on the hips. This is just contact.
Yep, any touch at all.
And it makes it a lot easier to referee and everybody know, just touch, that's it. None of this arguing, like, you know, what did it do, what did it do?
As long as the touch is made and it's called nice and early, you can't have any complaints. In South Africa at the moment, 10 minutes to go, it's all even. They'll want to take a big scalp. In England really struggling, and another unforced error in the midfield. And at the moment, if you're the coach on the England box, you're saying, guys, we've got to stop giving South Africa tap off after tap off after tap off. Oh, on that instant, South Africa fumble the ball and let England off the hook. And South Africa sub in D, which is not something I would recommend, because then you've got no defenders in place. And if England had had recycled that ball faster, they would have had empty field to run into. Lucy Hawkrug now taking the ball up, organising the attack. Thomas Pollard working well. Lucy Hawkrug getting the ball down.
And now they slow reset. Make sure they don't give away a touch there just while they stand until they're set. And there they were set. And unfortunately, that was Tom Pollard just throwing the ball forward.
Yeah, it's a bit, again, completing your set of 6 for England is got to be a priority, because you've not really been able to do it all that much. But for South Africa, you know, England aren't asking the right questions. They're not stressing the defence. It's very easy for South Africa just to meander off the line and make the touch. There's not enough pace, there's not enough direction, and South Africa complaining about a hard touch, but there's none of that. The dumping player was too upright. No attempt to win the roll ball, and England get the reward for a really good touch. And again, can England complete their set and get fresh legs on? This is 5th coming, so they'll only have one opportunity now, but here's the danger man, Thomas Cohen, checks the ball back off inside. Dump is made, 5th, both of those middle players are offside, looks long. The ball
unfortunate there that Keris Godwin just couldn't take it in on the wing there, but the opening was there, the opportunity was there, and that's probably that little rush of blood to the head there as it came across. Remember, your first job is catch the ball, that's it.
Yeah. Definitely.
We talked about basics, but it doesn't matter which game of rugby you play. There's no such thing as a bad pass. It just means that you don't catch the ball. Okay, sometimes the pass makes it harder. Right, but so what? You still got to catch it. And if you get that right, then you just continually keep flowing.
Yeah, this is so good from South Africa, really punishing England in the transition. 2 passes away. They might get the 6 more call. Or an offside, yeah, 6 more.
Yeah.
And that is really good work from South Africa. 7 minutes left on the clock, and only we're even.
And the ref there just arm on and was touching his head. Was that just the aggressive touchdown on the ball, or?
Some referees have funny hand movements.
They're getting closer and closer to that try line. And they got enough touches here to try and get through.
Oh, it's on.
Get that wide, but they came out.
Yeah, good decision from the referee there, noticing that some English players hadn't hit the line. It's a quick tap and dive for the line. The referee decides, no, we're not ready. Defence ain't ready. You didn't take the tap from the right place. You're going to take it back.
Go again.
So if you notice now, we can talk a little bit more technically about the English defence. They've got one individual sat further back than the initial defensive line, and he's the person where as soon as that touch gets made, he's flying up out of the line at the ball carrier to try and put all that pressure on. And that defensive policy is called a pocket defence, where you quite literally put someone in the pocket and send him flying up. So you'll see he'll retreat as soon as the ball's up on the ground. He's up, applying pressure, making touches. And if you want anyone in the pocket for this England side, it's that man Thomas Cohen, because everything positive for England has come through him.
He reads it. This is looking...
Oh, yeah, referee.
Yes, they've given it. They've given it.
Superb. Referee calls players offside. And it's just a really well recognised... Well, it's just a really good read. Yeah, touching player. Oh, yeah, he's never hit the line. The dive underneath, the link doesn't make the touch either, and he is ecstatic with his work.
And big hugs going on the side there for Declan Mason. With 5 minutes to go. Well, there's plenty of time, isn't there? But that wasn't the cleanest of put downs, but a hard touch.
Yeah.
Was the call.
So that one, it might not have looked too forceful, but as the touching player is dumping the ball, the touch comes in on the arm, and if the referee deems that you're deliberately targeting the elbow or the arm, that can cause quite serious injury, so hard touch is given straight away. Obviously, you can't help some touches on the arm, but if the referee thinks that's where you're targeting, it's at his discretion to give that penalty.
It's hard to believe some players would try and treat like that, though, isn't it? Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, we were saying earlier about the honesty and integrity of these players. Into that wide, back in. Good defending.
Every touch by South Africa being celebrated by the box in front of us as if it was a score. Oh,
knock on, turnover. Jumping up and down. They know they've got 4 minutes to hang on now.
Ball goes to floor. The referee nearly does also. It shows how slippery it is down the bottom there. In South Africa, this transition is so good. England just rolling, not getting up in the faces. A stark contrast to what we've seen from some of the other England sides. This is fifth, and now the space opens up. But the touch comes in just in time.
Just in time. That was Danny Ticehurst just managed to get there.
Calls from the South African box of up. They know what they need to do to secure this victory. They need to put the pressure on because they know that they can force errors. South African player just being told no touch. Ref calls play on. Joe Tyne, adamant he initiated it. Long ball. Brilliant option. Lishy Oakrick feeds the ball back on the inside. Ooh, big shot in the corner.
Now, that to me was all accidental as they ran across the line and cut back inside, but she took a bit of a blow there.
Yeah, Keris Godwin's down on the floor, and it's one of those where you've got two people moving at such momentum, and you're reaching for that touch, looking like there's going to be a score. You know, any sort of solid connection there is going to hurt, and it's not deliberate by any means, but the referees are still more than entitled to call it a hard touch, and just waiting for the so the referee gave the hard touch, and then there was too much back chat from the South African players.
So it was a forced substitution.
Yeah.
Now the other thing being, while that was going on, nobody did no transitions, no subs. You were noticing earlier when there was a stoppage for an injury, looking at it, everybody subbed quickly.
Yeah.
But look, the safety car comes out. Change your tyres quickly. It doesn't matter. It didn't happen on that occasion.
No, not at all. And I think it's because England backed this pod to go out and get the score, and South Africa backed their personnel to get the shutout.
But no Cohen on the pitch.
No Cohen on the pitch. Joe Tyne feeds the ball out. It's much better.
Oh, he never was going to get through.
No. So this is a hard-working South African defence who want to hit the line and bounce, and this is fifth now. England, one opportunity. Run the cut. Cut doesn't come. Touch and turnover, and 90 seconds remain, and if South Africa can just coast throughout the rest of this game, they will secure the victory.
This has been a really tight game.
And I've got a feeling if South Africa get over the line here, this box is going to absolutely erupt in front of us. Such a hard work game. And South Africa now beginning to kill the ball in really smart areas, and they've forced England to have to go coast to coast and side to side. The England sub-box screaming for them to get the game underway. 45 seconds.
So England's last real set of six, this. Transition being made.
Yeah. Just a little bit of afters, but that helps. That does not help England. That only helps South Africa, because now the referees are going to stop the game. Turnover. South African ball, and if they're smart, they take 3 slow touches up the middle and secure the victory. Yeah. Loads of time off the clock. Just 3 safe touches is all that will be necessary. No extras, no need to throw the ball around, and they have given away the possession.
I mean, how?
England will have one opportunity, and there's that man, Thomas Cohen. If anyone's going to do it, it's him.
Can they make it happen?
They go
South
wide.
Africa are really up flat. Everybody's offside at the moment. Comes back in.
It's going to be touch and pass, and this coach is screaming, just take the touch. Just take the touch. That's exactly what they'll do. They'll take the touch, and South Africa secure the victory against England. 3 tries to 2, and quite frankly, I can't believe it.
They're down here, like you say, they went a little bit potty down here. Everybody really pleased with that result. What a game!
Yeah, superb.
That's probably
game.
one of the best games of the day, just because, you know, not 100% the quality of the rugby, just the absolute, you know, the grit and determination from both teams, just kind of going at each other, trying to make it all happen. You know, it was brilliant. Right, let's see if I can get a South Africa now. As long as they don't do their little circle in the middle there, let's go and get. You stay here, and I'll go and get a South African player for us. Hang on.
South Africa come wandering back over to the box, and England can feel a little bit hard done by. They had a couple really good opportunities on the line, but just couldn't make it pay. The only person really finding success for the England side was Thomas Cohen. All the positives came from him, and I'm going to pass this right back over to Richard as he comes over for the...
Okay, so I'm joined now by Ashley from the winning South African team there.
Yes.
How good does that feel?
It feels really good.
Yeah?
Really good.
So what do you put it down to?
I don't know, we played with our hearts. Like our coach said, we have to start playing with our hearts. The first 2 games we lost, but we made a really good comeback. And then we won the second time. So we definitely can get the gold.
You can. Now, that was tight. It was 2 at half time. It went down to the last 4 minutes.
It
and then
did.
you're hanging on.
Yes.
And then all you had to do was run the clock out and you turned over. Was it getting a little bit like, you know,
It
squeaky
was.
bum time down there?
It was a little bit. And it was very hard with the mud.
Yeah,
the
a
mud
lot of
on the
slipping
field,
around and everything else.
slipping,
But overall, really pleased with that. And it's just getting
Yes.
better and better. And
It
looking
is
forward to
getting a lot
tomorrow now.
better. Every
We got a big look at them all. They're out there cheering you all on. There they are, look, giving you a shout. You're the hero down here. Are you the hero?
I wouldn't say so.
No, well, they all think so. Like, you've got everybody around you, like taking photos and everything else. It's great stuff. It's great
It
stuff.
is.
But what does this mean to South Africa and South
means
African
a lot.
touch? It means a lot to get out there.
It means a lot. We came here to play hard, to play with our hearts, and I feel like we're doing that now.
That's good. So you're really, really pleased with how
We
it's all
are really
going. And what's the
pleased.
plan for the rest of the day? You got another game now?
No, we finished with our games, but the other teams still have games, so we'll definitely support. And then we come back and play them again tomorrow.
Right. And so you've got to go and find a pub now with a big whiteboard so you can go through all the tactics for tomorrow while sipping water?
Yes, definitely.
Good stuff. Excellent.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
all
so
right,
much.
Thank you very much. Right.
Thank you.
We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes for the next episode of this Atlantic Youth Cup. It's looking good here.
Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them away.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down the middle.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight! Hands up, Tim! Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball, watch the ball.
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
1, 2, 3.
Please!
So just come up. If you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, sir, get Brad up, get toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space! You work hard defensive. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You run quickies, you stay tight, push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Right, we are back with you. Now it's Wales, South Africa, and it's the mixed 18s. So that's the under 18s, boys and girls, men and women. It's mixed, and it's going to be South Africa going to get us underway. And the rain has stopped, the wind has dropped a little bit. Well, no, it's still actually raining. It's not as heavy. And so it makes the ball very slippery, makes the ground very muddy, very slippery, and so all of these players have got to use all their wits to keep it going as much as they can. And you'll see there that the straight up with the 2 mids and the support straight on the shoulder, because that first touch puts all those players offside. It's all about speed through the hands. How far can you get with 3 or 4 touches and slide in? But there was a touch there as he went to ground. So Wales trying to make some ground now. Great transition there, really good timing. Slick. Pushing through. They used a lot of their touches already. But the referee wasn't taken from the mark. took advantage from the mark, so back they go. Wales with a big squad. So, if you're wondering where we are, you're just joining this game. We're at the University of Nottingham Riverside Complex. Glorious setup here, really lovely. Big shout out to the University of Nottingham. Terrific facilities, great setup. And I'll tell you something, they look after us here as well. It's really good. Get ourselves set, checking that we're all right. And there we go, South Africa. Forward pass, just as it popped it out there. So we go again. And there's no limit to the headwear. You notice there'll be bucket hats, there'll be caps, everything is allowed. If you want to stand out, choose your headwear. At pace, and again, but I don't think there's, yeah. That was the touch. Hard touch, they're saying. No, knock on. The decisions in touch are kind of like they think about it, they give it, and then they give the signal, but by then the play's already started, so you're still wondering what's happening. But it happens throughout, which means they're thorough with the decisions, just it's not all signalled to us clearly here. Nice play. I'm saying it stopped raining, it's now coming down heavy again. People who are in the pitch, especially the subs, are just huddling together, trying to keep warm and trying to keep dry in some form. So 3.5 minutes on the clock. Still no score. And we go again. Joe joins us back on the commentary. Joe, you've missed a lot at the moment.
Yeah, quick water break. Well, it's just being patient. Yeah, very good play. Very good play from Wales, just highlighting the fact that South Africa just dropping early, getting the penalty for 6 more.
And what's dropping early?
So when you're in your 7, which is the line that Wales are trying to dump on, and South Africa trying to make the touch on.
That's 7 metres from the try line.
Yep. When you're in that, one player can encroach it. You've got to then, as the defensive team, keep approaching the. Oh, superb.
Yeah.
No touch made.
Yeah.
Lovely feet, but it's the work that they do from milking the penalty that really earns them the right to go and play that. And it is just because of, South Africa have got to keep moving forward to Wales, so South Africa can't just sort of hold the space on the line and not allow any sort of separation. So Wales just backed out of that touch to say, by the way, everyone else is on the line apart from this one player. That is dropping early.
Yep.
Referee gives the penalty. 2 touches later, Wales go over for the opening score.
Once again, lots of these little nuances in the game that make it not just touch rugby as we know it, but touch and go again. All these little subtleties. And the players, they have a little playbook. It's impressive stuff. Wales 1-0 to the good. There's a touch. And that was the 6th, the turnover.
Yeah, great covering touch there from the link, just getting across, shutting out any space, and this is one of the danger men for Wales. Number 4, O'Callaghan. We saw him yesterday playing against England, and that was a really feisty affair. He's a very big boy for his age. Superb ball skills we saw in the dry. We'll see what he can do in the wet, but Wales goes through off the scoop. Popped into space, and the ball's gone. Wales double the lead in 6 minutes.
Absolutely excellent stuff here. They just saw Saw the opportunity. He was hanging deep there and just went for the space, and he's got the legs. Popped over and yeah, picked it up. Brilliant try there on the wing, coming in. Wales, a little bit of a, from earlier performances, maybe wasn't expecting Wales to be so dominant early in this game.
Yeah, this mixed 18 side is really talented. They've got some very strong players in there. And South Africa are going to have to work hard for their success.
Right, so okay, you're 18, you're really good at touch. Do you play mixed, or do you play men's or women's? What defines that?
Massively depends. It wildly depends. It would be very naive of me to say that a certain skill set is better for a certain code. I mean, at the end of the day, it depends what the coaches want. Depends if you've got the right skills that's going to fit in with the dynamic of the team. A lot of in mixed, typically you rotate as the three boys and the female link together as a unit, working together. And it very much depends on the attributes that you possess, and if the coaches deem that that's what they want to use in that team. You know, you see Wales especially, they've got a massive blend of huge blokes and then some more slight figures. And they will all just complement each other really well. And again, they look for that short side scoop.
That was really, really good. Really good, just hanging there. And you see the break, he just pulls his man, keeps him in there.
Yeah, really good. They've utilised it once before, so dump is gone. The touching player has to retreat back to get onside, can't make it back onside in time. The pace from Wales is too much, and at the moment, Wales just really punishing them on their scoop play.
Remember the scoop play, that's where at the end where you're going in behind and you're literally scooping that ball up from the base and trying to get that roll in quick on that last, especially on that last sixth touch before the turnover. Did it go straight through? Was there a touch? Referee says there was a touch.
Yep, and that's half court, so the half gets touched. It's an immediate turnover ball. Yeah, loss of control. Clear separation between the ball and the hand of the player. Bounces off the floor, and that's all the referees need to get that call.
So remember, the guy picking the ball up is the half. He can't be tackled. So if he's tackled, it's immediate turnover. So he needs that support straight away.
Yeah.
Does he go in? No, there was the touch. So the referee's arm up straight signals a touch. And there's another one. And is that hips, that one? Two hands straight up.
That's almost.
Because he's given it to England. No, he hasn't. He's given it. Sorry, it's a South African. Yeah, it's an England ball.
Wales ball.
Wales ball. Sorry. So that was the hips call.
Yeah, and well, no. So what that was is that was touch made, turnover, because that was 6 touches.
All right.
And then the South African player threw the ball away, so they've been advanced 10 metres up the pitch because you've got to deliver the ball to the opposition side.
I think that hips call should be called the Shakira.
The Shakira. Yeah, Chris Simon, if you're listening, we've got an idea for you, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just loss of control. Ball goes to ground. South Africa turnover.
The Shakira call. That's going to take off.
South Africa now just working through their transition, trying to get fresh legs on. Scooping, looking open side, now short side. Touch isn't made, and South Africa will go over for their first score. And that's much better from the South Africa side.
That's exactly what we were thinking was going to be happening. Look at it, coming here. Nicely in there, nobody's near him. Can't get near him. Yes, that's a good one.
Wales now looking to reply almost immediately. Referee calls half court, but referee's just slightly confused. He was not half, he had the ball passed to him. So it would just be touch. And Wales get another crack at the line. Again, South Africa running that pocket defence, having that player dropped early, but it doesn't matter because he's picked up, gone the other way. Winger's open if he can find her. Pass is just not sympathetic enough, and Wales are let off with that mistake as they get another penalty.
And you can see the weather. It's no brighter here than what you're seeing on your picture at the moment. It's kind of like, I think we'd be lucky playing at 7 at the moment, because 6:30 is meant to be the last game, but we could be struggling with this light.
For sure.
There's a board down there, light on, and it looks so bright. It is getting darker and darker here.
Ooh, lovely score. As we're talking about the light, Wales part the sea, go straight through. And this is just the reward for sustained pressure, forcing turnover, forcing penalties. 32, pump.
Oh, look at that.
Players left on the floor and he just goes through the hole.
Exactly, sent the guy to the shops.
I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah, and we'll try and get those cameras cleaned up for you as well, but it's just continual here at the moment. What you're looking through is what we're looking through. It's just non-stop, and unfortunately it's the rain as well is driving in. It's coming across directly at us. Yes, we are heroic for staying in there and doing it all, but it's just really kind of in the nicest way possible miserable at the moment.
Yeah, it's very muggy, very miserable, and if anything it makes you work harder and makes you appreciate the work a little bit more, because you do have to work so hard to get your reward. Yeah. And Gethin O'Callaghan just passing around in the middle.
There's your man Gethin, we mentioned earlier. Leads out to Wales out to 4-1 now, and they're just looking. It's looking all Wales, and there's the opportunity. And does he get it over? And yeah, it's given. Just good little bit like little twitch play in there.
Yeah, so they run the 32 shot. Gethin gets the ball and just pops it into space, relies on his friend being there and goes through the gap. The South African winger just can't shut fast enough. Has got to be thinking about the Welsh winger who's out there as well. And Wales make them pay. And that'll be a loss of control. Turnover for Wales. Hard touch called by the referee, and then Wales get their tap off.
It's kind of like all Wales at the moment, which we weren't. It was a bit surprising. And Owen Lockwood just runs into that touch and then says, that was hard. Well, look, you did run straight into him.
Yeah.
Unless he was going to disappear up his own, there was not a lot he could do.
Yeah. It's one of those where if you're arriving to touch his upright, expect to be pushed back because you've given the defence the opportunity to do so. And as much as we say you're not meant to push people off the ball and create unfair advantages, you've also got to work hard to get the ball down, and you've got to be able to get it down in good force. And if you just meander into the touch and then complain that it's hard, yeah.
No sympathy from us, eh?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You've got to work harder than that, Sunshine.
That'd be nice if we had some of that today.
Yeah, you never know. If I might say it some more. May get a glimpse.
You may just manifest it in. Wales doing everything at pace,
Yeah, just driving South Africa off the park at the moment.
And the transition. I mean, when they stand here on the subs bench, though, they look cold.
Yeah.
But everything at pace.
Oh, feet.
Oh, nice. It goes out wide.
Oh, so good.
Yeah. Brilliant play there. Alan Davis with the finish. She's done that really well.
Yeah, and it all comes from a little bit of a botch 32 play, and he just goes, boom, left foot whack, bye-bye, 3 on 2, let's use our core skills to execute. Winger comes in when maybe she didn't need to. And it's a really good read there for Wales just to recognise. Winger stood in acres of space. I think she should get the ball and put it down.
Oh, that's nice, that's nice. But touch there, yeah, right at the end, but through the gap. No. Wow.
Ball down first.
Goes up. Nice touch there.
Yep. Yeah, always ball down first. Lovely score. And it's one of those where if the defender's retreating and the attacker's going forward, referees are looking at that picture thinking, who's got the momentum in that play? It's always the attacker.
Yeah. So 6-2. 2.5 minutes of the first half to go. And believe it or not, a man in red just got completely in my way there to see how he got that down. But that was just you know when it's a try, they run back straight away. They're not waiting for the decision. And a lot of the times it's waiting to hear. And I think Sonny Greenman here, yeah,
good dive.
Well done, Sonny. Oh, see how we go. Just such a cheap turnover.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if...
Oh, was it strong-armed him?
Yeah, I think that was 6-1 after the other. The South African player went flying into the touch. The Welsh players, similarly also trying to win that roll ball. It's just one of those situations where two players meet. It's with such momentum. I find it hard. Yeah, referee's happy with that touch.
I think he just had a little word and said, it wasn't bad, but could you not do it so aggressively next time, please?
Yeah, probably.
Wet, cold hands.
Yeah, probably not wise trying to throw the long passes early doors.
90 seconds. I want to say these players they just get to talk about it. They don't get to warm up. They don't disappear anywhere to warm up. They stay out here in this incredibly cold, and it's all day for them as well. I think this is the last games for these two teams.
Yeah.
So everybody's kind of wrapping up at the moment. What we'll try and do as well, in the gap between the next game, we'll try and go and get ourselves some update on, let's find out where people are in the standings.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And then we'll know then all those last games what difference they're going to make to the outcome today.
Oh, great feat to get away from the covering touch, but the South African player just, nope. I was about to say the South African player might have just played at the ball, but the referee says it's a loss of control. And South Africa will have 10 seconds to go and try and cut the deficit down. But they'll have to get a move on. I wouldn't be bothering about subbing, because you're only going to have 3 seconds by the time you're on the pitch and set.
Yeah, but the ball's live, so they can keep it going, obviously. They're on the last touch. Yeah, there it is, it's turnover. And that is half-time, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to warm up. They're going to warm up, not a lot. And it's 7-2 to Wales. I can only see it going one way. And let's wait and see. As you can hear there, we get the 2 minute, the 1 minute and the 30-second warnings, which means we're about 15 seconds away from the biggest comeback that we've seen today from South Africa, or the continued domination of Wales. What's it going to be, Joe?
Oh, I would love to see a big 5-try comeback, but Wales seem to just have the depth of quality. It's just outclassing South Africa in this division. But if the South African side can pick up from where the 20s picked up from, I mean,
you never know.
You never know, because South Africa, you wouldn't have really given them a sniff at the 20s, but they showed that they can take England all the way and get the result. But unfortunately, it's little moments like that, and Wales are just.
And you know, you said it was a 5-try comeback. Well, it's now 6.
Yeah.
So while we were chatting, inside that first 25 seconds, it's now a 6-try comeback.
Yeah, and it's the 2 big men again linking up, and then the pace and power was just too much, getting underneath. Superb score.
It's one-way traffic. South Africa, they don't give up the go. I mean, the thing is with South Africa, they're still doing everything at pace, and they're really trying to get in there. The good news is that it's not meant to be this wet tomorrow.
Touch wood, touch wood. Really hope it isn't. Finals footy day tomorrow.
And we're back onto the main pitch tomorrow.
Back on the balcony.
Back on the balcony. So Sunday tomorrow, the forecast for Dunkirk. Dunkirk and Lenton Ward. That's what that's all about, but not Dunkirk. Is rain that stops at 9. Slight chance of it at 10, but then it's good. And we could be good the rest of the day. And there's even a little sun there as well. So,
whoa, really treating us.
So, fingers crossed tomorrow we're not going to be going through this much rain and wind. But in the meantime, Wales, whether it's rainy or windy, they are just carrying on where they left off in the first half and ploughing through the South African defence.
Yeah, and it's just the pace. The pace is too much, and they don't have a touch. This is fifth. They've got no touches to play with. They go around the outside, pass gets released before the touch comes in, and then it's grounded before the second touch comes in.
Yeah,
superb play from Wales, and yeah, they're not happy with just the 5-score deficit. They want to extend this all the way out.
That's a Buffalo Girls try, you know that? You know why?
Why?
Because they go around the outside. They go around the outside. It's you might not remember that Malcolm McLaren song from those years ago, but anyway. Just showing my age again. South Africa, looking good.
Yes.
There's the hole. Yeah, they split them really well there.
Yeah, really good play, and that's something that they've looked for the majority of the game. They take the ball out one way, they set the defence in, and it's good feet. And the link just holds his space, finds the gap, gets over, deficit back down to 6.
For Reid Williams with a try, really good. They entice that touch on, entice it on.
5th and last, no touches. Wales were able to capitalise on this for their previous score. Can they create another opportunity? Is there Callahan? And they can. They ghost round the outside, and the spacing for South Africa is just too wide. And you can't allow the big man that much space.
Right. Yeah, Callahan again starts it off. Pops it in. Just there's the space. And yeah, definitely got in before the touch.
South Africa working through the process, trying to find a reply. Sweeper coming round. Step back, good option. Dumping is a half, finds a half, good quickie. Looks to step back on the outside. But a brilliant touch. Megan Jones for Wales getting up in the face. Ball just goes to ground. And South Africa trying desperately to move the ball from left to right at pace, but maybe the conditions just making that a lot more difficult.
And that's definitely a turnover.
Yeah, loss of control.
So at the moment, Wales keeping this, well, it was 5 to start off with. They've extended it to 7. But last time they did that, South Africa brought it straight back, so.
Ball just goes to ground unnecessarily. And now Wales rolling through in their transition, looking to find pace, create some separation. Oh, great feet, but a brilliant shutdown. South Africa now rolling through transition. Trying to find space, but the subs are just slow to get on the field. Oh, what hands to reel that ball in, and there's the pace. Expanding the play.
And we're joined in the comms box by Kari, all the way from South Africa.
Hello,
Kari,
everyone.
what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Shame, I think our heads are a little bit down, but I think we really just need to push through, close that gap, score, just carry on in the intensity, go out with dignity.
You've got to close that gap of 7 tries as well. That's the
Yeah. We just need to really dig deep, play with your heart, go everything, put everything out, empty the tank.
Well, they're doing that definitely, because I mean, like, you know, the first 20 seconds you went 6 down and it's 7, but they're still playing with speed and intensity.
Yeah,
and like you say,
going for every touch.
Yeah. So have you been over all week?
Excuse me?
Have you been over here all week?
Yes, I've been playing for the under-20 mixed team.
All
Enjoying
right.
it so much. We've made it to our finals against the England's mixed. We've been playing so lovely. Our team is gelling so well. So proud of us. Really looking forward to tomorrow's game.
I love that passion that you got.
Thank you so much.
Well, gelling lovely, everything else.
Yes,
I like to hear
yes.
it, Kari.
Yeah, it was
Thank
a
you so
brilliant
much.
performance in the game just
It
gone.
was so lovely.
good,
It was.
so
We
good.
really put everything on the field.
I really like what your coach was saying at the end as well. You just outworked them, and bob on.
Definitely.
Bob on.
We were in the mindset, pushed every single last minute. We definitely outworked them, and we're hoping to do that again tomorrow.
Yeah, and I know for a fact, having a message from one of the England boys, they're unhappy with the result because they know that they left a few out there, but
Yes,
for my
definitely.
mind it was.
Yeah, but they still played really well. It was a tough game. It was nothing easy. It just came down to the nitty-gritty, and we had it. We had it in the bag.
100%.
Yeah.
This Welsh team you're watching here, they're strong though, aren't they?
They are phenomenal. I've been watching a few of their games. Their driving is so incredible, and they're so connected with each other.
And are they favourites in this group, you think, for this category?
No, I can't pick.
well, it's not your division, and they're 10-3 up against your 18. So,
no, I
it makes you think
can't.
either your lads are having a bad day or they're the favourites.
No, don't count out England. Don't count out England. My boy Sam Dixon will have something to say about that.
No, I haven't been watching intensely enough to be able to pick a favourite. I think the whole team as a unit is doing well. Really good.
Yeah, it's these two in the middle at the moment, O'Callaghan and Sonny. They're just too good, too big, too powerful, and they understand each other very well. 32 setup. Looking for the early release, doesn't give it. Looks short side, ball's down.
Definitely a touch.
Refs are happy.
Wow. What do you think of that, Kari? What was your thought on that? Remember that the refs are always right, but they might not agree with our opinion. That's the way.
I think the touch on the South Africans, you just need to come up a bit more on the line, so it's a clear touch. Because if you're on the line and you're making the touch, like over there, if you had 2 steps forward, the ref would have called a touch.
So you're happy with that decision?
I think it was fair. Yeah. I'm not happy about it, but I think it was fair.
I think that's what we needed to clarify.
Yes.
quite right.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think that's something that you guys did really well in your game against England, and England were getting very frustrated because even the psychological aspect of having a team constantly come off the line, constantly close down
our
that
line speed is
space.
incredible.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's something that all of the South African teams I've seen, the girls 18s, the girls 20s as well, the line speed's incredible, and you do get a fair few offside calls because you're really walking the line fine when you hit it and really pacing it back off.
Line speed is really everything because it puts pressure on the other team. It lets your team know what's happening. It's really, you have time to communicate. If you don't have line speed, you don't defend.
Yeah. Spot on. I think you should be in the coaching box for these for this South Africa side. That's exactly what I'd be telling you.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Lovely dummy there, lovely. So close. Unlucky.
Take him off. Take him off.
Okay, let's hope South Africa has a good drive here.
Isn't
Come,
the producer
boys.
kind? He didn't replay that for us.
Yeah, I would be replaying that to the cows come home. Get him off, sir.
Look for the pass, lovely.
Just couldn't quite get through there.
Yeah, I think initiating the touch is also a big thing.
I was just about to say something that this particular South African side should work on is predicting the touch and getting the ball down clean. Because too many times, yes, you have got players who are absolutely rapid, but if you're always going past the touch and then having to come back, you generate no momentum, no matter how fast the run is.
Yeah, you're getting the yards, but you're not the. I'd rather have momentum than the yards.
100%, every single day.
But I do also make that mistake often. So, close.
Give it early. Give it early.
But Carrie, one of the things that you agree, it's easy from up here, isn't it? You know what I mean? So easy from up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're watching the game going, oh, I should be doing that.
You see all the gaps. Yeah, no, definitely.
You're going, why you do that?
Yeah. No, 100%.
South Africa with a good platform to strike now, though. Forcing midfield turnovers, not something that they've been able to do all that much.
Oh,
but a no-touch called, and it's a very good intellectual play there from Callahan on the field. Just pulling out the touch, recognising the South African player dips their head early, isn't watching where the touch is coming from.
good hands in the middle.
Yeah, very confident on the ball of these two.
So, Carrie, there's a question that I had for Joe earlier saying it, right? So you play under 20s.
Yes.
And you play in the mixed.
Yes.
So what decision is that I'm playing mixed rather than, say, women's? What kind of like is it? So, you know, I won't tell you what Joe was saying. You tell me, go on.
So I enjoy mixed more because there's a lot more momentum. Like I was saying earlier, momentum really is the game, and I like to think I have quite fast feet. So to be able to run on, get deep, make that touch on the boy, you know, there's something so rewarding about playing good against the men. It's really, and we've played a few games today, or like this tournament, against the boys teams, and it is tough. It is tough because the boys strike on you, but you know what? I love it. I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm really, really enjoying this mixed side.
So you enjoy that superiority over the men, you mean?
No, I wouldn't say superiority. I wouldn't call it that.
I would. Fair play. Fair play.
Good on you, because I was just reading between the lines there, Carrie, and I like what you were saying.
Oh,
really
good change, lovely.
Super.
Great.
And so you speed, you're the wing then?
No, I'm the link.
You're the link?
I'm the link, yes.
Coming on at pace.
Yes.
Let me press more and more. There you go. Spin it out wide. Nobody's missing that one.
So good. So good.
So, what have you also, this whole tournament, what have you been thinking? I mean, how good has this been, the whole setup all week and everything else? Has it just been, wow, great? You know, University of Nottingham putting a great thing here for us, haven't they?
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the fields, the quality of the fields, the facilities. I mean, everyone has their own changing rooms. I'm really impressed with what the university is giving us, and it's just giving us such a lovely platform to give all our talents, give it all, just go out there and enjoy every minute.
And have you had lots of messages from home watching the live stream?
I have, and I've been so bad at replying, so if anyone's listening, I'm sorry. I will reply soon.
So, sorry, Mum, I love you. Ready? Yeah.
I'm still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, get that in. Make sure they know. 12-4. It's stretching out.
Drop up, drop up.
Yeah, just a little bit too much of this from South Africa. Going lateral too often. It allows the defence for Wales just to crab across as a unit and cut out the space. Like you say, momentum is the game, and you just need someone who's happy to go forward and take the touches.
Definitely.
Be that workhorse for the side that's just going to go and make yards, especially on a pitch such as this, where it's muddy, it's loose underfoot. It's so valuable to have someone who's willing to just get the head down and make meters.
Yeah, it's so easy to defend a lateral team.
So if you were getting out there and coaching them, the main thing would be to just run a bit more direct at the moment.
Bit more direct.
Just take it up. Kind of stick it up your jumper rugby.
Also, if you're running lateral constantly, you're running away from your dummy half. So then that, again, it kills that momentum. You have no one to pick for you, there's no one running on.
One of the things that England are very, very good at, you've seen them, is their ability to run at the offside player.
Yes.
As they're coming up. They do it at such pace. They manage to catch players in that offside position a lot and run through them and use them as a shield. And I think that's something that, you know, how do you approach dealing with that from your end?
So as the mixed players, we always try and create the overlap onto the goal side. So we always try and tag the middle that's at the back, get them, because then they have to come up. The other middle is already up, so then it's kind of drawing both middles up, get them both off sides and push hard on them. Then it creates that overlap where we just send a rapper onto the links, onto the goal links, and we're through.
So, like we were saying earlier, the girl sometimes what you target.
Yeah, yeah. And coming from a girl saying that,
exactly.
I can definitely confirm the girls are targeted a lot. So it's something you really have to have the inner strength, and not like only physical strength, you have to have strength because you know the boys are going to be coming for you.
Yeah.
So it creates a whole new dimension towards a mixed
Is it just like being in a nightclub on a Friday night though? You know the boys going to keep coming and you got to keep fending them off. Go,
I guess you could say so.
Well, I don't know. I mean, and he's said that to me. I'm just assuming that you're like fending them off. You know, go away, go away.
I guess you could say so. Not going to deny or confirm.
Exactly. You're not going to deny. We'll stop there. Yeah, exactly.
No comments.
No comment is a definite yes.
Up in the middle, yes, good.
3 minutes, and I think that South Africa have, you know, they've played well.
Oh, so close.
But I just think there's just a golfing class here, you know, in the level of play. I think that's just the big thing, you know, and they're just massively, like, you know, Wales are just that much better.
I will say Wales are a brilliant team, but I don't think it's that we don't have the skill. I think it comes down to fitness and it comes down to headspace. I think this team is slowly accepting defeat instead of pushing through, because I know these players, they have the skill. I wouldn't say that we're behind or anything like that. It comes to passion.
And where in South Africa are you from?
I'm based in Durban.
Durban.
On the coast, yes.
Very nice indeed. Bit of surf and shark.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've come here for the week for the touch.
Yes, I was actually last week in London for some touring, and so it's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Ah, good stuff. And have you seen the sun weaving here?
Have I seen the
sun? You know, that thing that you get in the sky in South Africa that we sometimes get here.
No, it was out for one day and then it became shy and I went back.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So that's us British. We're very shy individuals, you know.
No, I can tell. I can tell. Okay, let's use it.
So last 90 seconds. I think it'd be great.
Oh, close call, close one.
See, my take on everything, right, is you just got to catch, right? There's no such thing as a bad pass, right? You just got to be able to catch the ball, right? So get those basics right. You know, like they say, bad weather, it's not, it's bad clothing, right? Bad pass, no. You just got to catch everything. And if you can catch, you keep the momentum going, and that's the basics you've got to work on.
A lot of the times, especially with this weather, you need to almost slow it down in order to speed it up.
Yeah.
If you're trying to go too fast, which we saw in our first match against the English side. If you're trying to play too fast, you are going to drop the ball. Let's keep the...
Straight into him as we enter the last 30 seconds.
Arguably the most obvious hard touch you will see all weekend.
No
just
comment.
chest on chest. Not
No
even
comment.
interested in initiating that with the touch. That was just chest on chest. Sees the big man and wants a piece. Probably not the smartest thing to be doing. And again,
Oh, I don't think it was intentional.
There's the hooter. And the referee will just say, that's game then. No need to play the little advantage. It's all over and done. And Wales will run out 12-4 victors. Kari, it was good.
It was a very good game. I'm very proud of our team. They kept
so you
pushing
should be,
through.
I think, yeah.
They've worked hard for this. Let's hope they have a better comeback soon.
And that's them done for the day. Are you done for the day now?
Yes, we are.
Just,
So
just commentary to carry on doing, yeah? The rest of that?
I think I should make this my profession.
Well, I do. Because I was just going to put the mic down and let you carry on, you know? I think you've done a cracking job. And so you're done for the day, so you can go and you're warm
Gonna
now.
have a nice shower, good meal, early night.
How nice. Well, we'll carry on here till about 8 o'clock, if that's all right with you. Yeah? Is that right?
Yeah. You guys can get the overtime. I'll rest. See you tomorrow.
Overtime, yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Right, anyway, Carrie, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
We'll be back with you in the next game. Give us 10 minutes, and there's more touch coming your way.
Thank you.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get out of the way.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
Yes, let's go, guys. No, we're in it.
It all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, guys.
Tight, tight, tight! Hands up, Tim! Yeah, go on! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, 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 watch the ball, watch the ball.
We'll be having rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3.
Yes! So just come up. If you're worried about being run round, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad, up, get
Toes on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defence. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You ready, quickies? You stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
Welcome back. We are back on again, and now the penultimate game of the day, the mixed 15s, England, and we've got new opposition today, the Cayman Islands. So welcome Cayman Islands, that tax haven for the super rich and the something papers. Can't remember what it's called. And I am joined in the commentary box by Gethin. Gethin, how good to have you here. Thank you very much.
No worries, yeah.
Straight after your victory just a minute ago. And Josephine from Belgium.
Thank you so
Touch
much.
Belgium. How good to have you on here. We are underway. Now, your role in this game is just to talk us through it, and I put my feet up and stroll along. But Cayman Islands, how good they've got a touch team. I mean, it really shows that where it goes out to.
Yeah,
so much better than last year, where they won only I think five teams in the X15 category. So that's great to see new teams coming in.
And they've got a big squad as well. That's good. I mean, not big as in personnel, but they've got the numbers there, which is really good.
Definitely the game growing, as it goes. Definitely more and more. So.
Now, Gethin, quickly we'll jump out from this and go to the last game. That was a commanding performance in the last game there. You ran out really well. Pleased with all that?
Yeah, 100%. I guess definitely with the weather conditions, I think we had to adjust our game, coming into today, but happy with the win.
When you say adjust the game, is that because down in South Wales it's always like sunny and like in Riviera?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
you're not used to this.
Yeah, the rains, we're kind of lucky, I'm sure, it's different for other teams, but I think we adjusted well, especially with the France win earlier. So, I mean, just going into tomorrow, I guess we're expecting rain again. Just hopefully play the same performance.
Well, it was meant to be clear again tomorrow, but I just had a look and it's rain and thunderstorms and everything else. So, you never know. But we will be on the balcony. You lot will be getting wet, so it's not so bad. And Josephine, wouldn't it be like that Northern European Belgium heat wave that's going on at the moment?
Well,
nice, wouldn't it?
It's usually warmer in summer, but it's also raining a lot, so it's not the problem here.
And what are we expecting, Josephine, from the Cayman Islands today? Are they a minnow of the touch world?
Yeah, I think they're a new team. They need to learn, and England is huge, so it's going to be a tough game for them. But let's see what they have.
I do think it's brilliant that they've got it's what the ref gave there, actually.
It's a touch, I think.
It was a touch?
Yeah, it was a touch made by the winger.
But he gave this signal. The refs seem to have some very personal signals, don't they?
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes hard to read.
But when you're on the pitch, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, definitely. There's a
You
lot
know
of talk.
what's happening.
Yeah, a lot of talk. They keep it clear. As long as you keep the respect, I think it'll be all good.
What, none of those big, hard touches with the chest bump like you had at the end there, Gethin? I don't think we didn't see it.
Yeah, the last game got a bit towards the end, but shake hands at the end, and then I guess that's it.
Exactly. So all of these players are 15 or younger.
Yeah.
And what team do you play in?
I'm the coach of the X18 team, Belgium.
The Belgium under-18s team.
Yeah.
So we haven't had the pleasure of you on our pitch today.
No, I'm not playing.
No, but Belgium haven't played on our pitch today at all, have they?
No, they only played once first day against England.
Right.
Yeah.
How'd you get on?
Yeah, we lost.
Oh, okay.
And
let's talk about this game then. So, it was a good show?
Yeah, it was nice. But they came up stronger than last year.
Right, so every time there's a replay, this is where you two take over and talk me through the nuances of the game.
Yeah, so I think with that one, just the basic quickie play, but...
Not that we would know, because the cameraman missed it completely.
Yeah, no, but the conditions to get that long ball from England, I mean, that's a great try.
Oh.
So I do say the cameraman missed it completely, but big shout out because they've been up there in the rain, getting absolutely soaking wet all day. They can't see their monitors because the rain's coming down on them so much. So they're allowed the odd little blip, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. See what Cayman Islands got to play now.
Yeah, that's half cut. I know. It's just starting again.
So Gethin, do you play other forms of rugby as well?
Yeah, union, rugby union is my main sport. So touch I normally just play throughout summer, then just carry through with the touch rugby for Wales. It's just good, bit different from union. So
I think it's so good for handling, for vision, running on at speed. You learn a lot.
100%.
So it's so good from that. And yourself, Josephine, you play?
No, I'm only playing touch.
Only playing touch.
Yeah.
Don't blame you. You know?
I'm a bit afraid of hard contact. It's not
Yeah.
my thing.
Right, now remember, so there was a try. Now you two talk us through it. Josephine, you talk us through this one.
Okay, so it's a bit of a mess, I think, and it's going on a quickie, scooping, long ball to the wing, catches it. England has quite a few long passes, which is good, especially in U15 where usually they don't have some.
Yeah, they're really showing their skill with the long ball.
Do you know how much England trains for those kind of competitions?
Yeah, no, they don't. They're just natural. They're all really, just really
Of
good.
course.
No. I have no idea, to be honest. But
Okay.
a lot, I would think, because there's a lot of understanding, a lot of gelling together there. Oh, good hands.
And how do you do in a large country to gather everyone and just go for it?
Did they give that?
No, I think touch. I think we're playing the
No,
touch.
I didn't see the touch.
Yeah, I thought it was a try as well there.
Yeah. Remember that the referee's all right. He might not agree with our opinion, but he's always right.
Yeah.
That's the way I like to look at
In
it.
there we are. There's another 6 touches for them, so
Yeah.
see what they got.
The deliberate knock-on. Went for the interception, didn't come off. By the way, the Cayman Islands probably get rain 2 or 3 times a year, so they want 2 things. They're thinking, what's this thing, mud? And my God, isn't it cold?
Yeah.
Unlucky, just couldn't get hold of it there. So how does that happen? Right, so what they do, this is, there's normally training sessions all around the country at different times. So
Okay.
they'll have little sessions scattered around. Right, so there'll be a training session in the southeast, one in the south, north, Midlands, whatever. And then they start compiling them after that. And what they try and do is then, like these tournaments, like Nottingham is the middle of the country.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So it's like, you know, so it's then fair for whoever
Yeah,
they're
for
all
everyone.
travelling towards here,
Of
like
course.
Burton as well, where they, you know, play some of the games. And it just enables everybody to get together for it and come together. And they probably then get together for more training camps rather than every other week, you know. So quality time together rather than lots of quantity to save all the travelling.
I can see Cayman Islands is playing with 4 girls on the pitch. That's new, that's nice. I love it.
So is it a minimum of 3 girls? You can have 4 if you want?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Well, they're an actually all-girls squad looking here, because all their subs are girls
Yeah.
as well. So they've only got 1, 2 boys, and that's it.
2 boys on the whole team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think maybe 3. 3 there, I think.
1 there.
2, no.
1 there.
Oh no, 2.
No, only 2 boys in the whole team.
Yeah, 2.
Whoa.
Good driving.
So I'm assuming this is the case, right? You get the ball, and it's the Cayman Islands' job now to keep the ball down this right wing.
Yeah, just to help with the subbing pattern. So
Yeah,
if
but
they-
then also keep the ball away from their sub.
Yeah,
They're-
100%. Because if they lose the ball, then it takes a lot more touches to get onto their
Exactly.
sub box.
So you want to keep them away from there. So that's not bad. And now the first thing they're going to do is run towards their subs.
Yeah, and try shutting it off from that outside. But I mean, if it's on last play, the best bet, and if there's nothing on, you just want to keep that ball away from their touch box.
Yeah. Keep it near yours. You can swap them in and out, and just, you know, keep them on the tee.
Oh, yes.
So that's given us a knock on, yeah. He goes to scoop it up and just knocks it forward.
Yeah.
And do the 15s, because they don't look like they've got a lot of meat on their body, play the same amount of time, because I'm worried about them getting cold. Because not one of them on the subs bench here looks at all anything other than frozen.
Yeah, it's standing around up there, yeah.
5th touch.
Yeah, last touch. See, the idea here would be to
Oof.
get away from there, you know?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, because now they've gone
Now
over
the
to
subs,
there. Now they can sub it straight out on the
Easy.
first couple of touches.
There they are, and this fresh set almost from there.
Yeah. Now, I was saying earlier, one of the things England are very good at all the teams, is running at the offside player.
Yeah.
You know, oh,
What a
nice
dive.
slide.
Amazing.
And they've given it.
Or did a try.
Good theatrics there from Finn Clements. Talk us through it, one of you.
No, so I think here we'll look at quickie, slowing it up. Yeah, I think they're a basic quickie and just beating on the outside. So I think he saw the space with the link not shutting in and just took the opportunity the most easiest way, especially with these conditions. I mean, the long ball which he'd been executing, but if it's on, you just play the simple option.
Didn't quite go to hand. It's only 10 minutes gone, 2-0 to England. Cayman Islands are, I mean, I thought they had a try earlier. Making a good account of themselves here at the moment.
Defence is really good pushing up.
One of the things being is they're very good at getting back as well, which is an important aspect of it.
For sure.
And if you don't do that, that's when you really get caught.
And it's usually the most difficult when you start playing touch, because they ask you to go forward and then backwards again and then forward and then backward again. That's nice.
It's a discipline, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know, you've got to get into, got to remember.
A lot of rules, a lot of things to understand, to apply.
That's why I didn't like touch. My hamstrings in all that backwards running, you know. They're always a bit tight. Being a natural athlete, you have to be careful, you know.
Nobody's. Oh yeah, here they are.
Oh, close.
Is that the separation there, just between the
yeah, the
stick and the link?
Subbing pattern was a bit disrupted there, I think. Good touch.
Oh, good touch. We can see England is most used to play together than the Cayman Islands. Sometimes don't understand each other on what they're doing.
Till it's raining heavier when that big gust comes off the gazebo. That was a lot bigger than earlier. Nice off the deck, and
great touch.
And that's the 5th. So it's all got to happen here.
Last touch. Miscounted their touches, I think. They thought they had one more.
And the ref putting his hand up with a big 5 normally gives it away.
Yeah.
So Josephine, did you say your team was mixed?
Yes.
Yep. So the same as I asked Kaylee from the South African earlier, right? So you're a touch player.
Yeah.
And you're a girl, right?
Yeah.
You've got a choice. You can play mixed. Well, and you're a boy, you can play mixed or that. So what makes the decision to go either mixed or, you know, all girl? What's the?
Well, in Belgium, it's not that we don't have the choice, but for Women's Open, for adults, we're only sending a Women's Open and a Men's Open, so I can't ask myself the question. And in juniors, we only send mixed teams because we don't have quite the number to do all the categories.
And Gethin?
Yeah, well, I've got since I started and got the opportunity to play for Wales for touch rugby, I've chose mixed every time. I think it's just like a good environment to play with. It would be interesting to play the boys 18s, see how that would be, but I think this is my last year playing 18s, and then yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'll stick to Union after this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And where do you play your Union?
Currently playing for college in Christ College up in Brecon, and then for Bristol Bears.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, with the under 18s over there.
We did your touch tournament 2 years ago. Live streamed it for you.
Yeah.
At Christ. Yeah, there we go.
That's the one.
Yeah, I know it well. It's right in the middle of nowhere.
yeah, exactly. Right, yeah, in the middle of nowhere, that's the way.
No, good stuff. Good time.
6 again.
Yeah.
Cayman Island is quite good at keeping those touches. They don't lose the ball often, and with more possession, they have less tries in their legs.
The full set as the camera again just comes fogged with the rain because it's coming in. It's driving straight in at us. It is really testing us today. Cayman Islands looking like they're going to close to that line. Oh. See, there's no such thing as a bad pass.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist, a bad pass. Just inability to catch. That's my thing.
Yeah.
So I just think if you can catch, then the bad pass, it doesn't help, but you know, you should just catch it. England have really, every team's got that trademark really up quick on that touch.
Yeah, the Cayman Islands defence, it's been really good up to now. They're really flying up, putting themselves out there with it. No, yeah, overlap. That's what happens, forced error.
How come the pitch 1 is not used today for the forecast?
Okay, so they wanted to save that. They didn't think that the pitches were going to be able to do 2 days with the weather.
Okay.
Right, so this pitch is being used. So tomorrow, the main pitch is going to be pitch 1 because they don't need so many pitches tomorrow. And then they're trying to spread it around. Otherwise, that pitch will be for 4 days, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Okay,
Sunday.
yeah. So there might be my
so
less...
just trying to,
yeah.
like, you know, it's the fallow year,
Yeah.
like they have at Glastonbury.
It's smart.
You just see this try here. It's good again, coming on at pace. And that touch there didn't count because she was offside.
Yeah, great dive as well.
Do we see any Ashler splashes type of thing, you know, and the dives of, you know, is that part of the trademark of either of your games? Like, you know, like a dive, looking at the camera, like, you know.
Yeah, my team hasn't has any of that yet, but...
Well, I think it's something you should work on.
Yeah, Sonny Green, you need to work on it, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
My partner in the middle, but yeah.
He lost his hat on one of them today. I was a bit worried about that. His trademark cap came off as he was going over.
Yeah.
You know? And that's not part and parcel of it.
No.
I know you're sticking in union, but I just think this game is so good for your handling. I know you got 7s, but this is better than 7s for your, you know, your handling and your vision and awareness and running on at speed. You know, I think it brings so much to your game.
100%. I mean, that's one of the reasons I started. Like throughout summer, obviously, throughout the younger age groups, like, you know, you have that big break throughout union rugby. And I took it up as just something, as I spoke to the coaches, it's just like for the fundamental skills, it's brilliant. Fitness, and then the handling, decision making on 3-on-2s, it only aids to your union performance. There's another great try.
That was really good, actually. Nice little dummy there.
Nice fake pass as well.
What do we think here, Josephine? Down the, is this defence or good
Just
attack?
Going, I think it starts from nothing. It starts there, outrunning of the girl, and then fake pass, dive, score.
So 2.5 minutes of the first half. Cayman Islands are really making a good account of themselves here.
Oh, what a dive.
Yeah, it's a great dive.
Touch, but the dive was nice.
Bit telegraphed though, because even I saw that one coming. Oh,
close.
See, if you'd caught that, there's no bad passes. That's all that. It's no
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
pass. It's just inability to catch. So Josephine, when you play mixed, I know you coach it. Do you coach to run at the girls whenever possible and try and, you know, kind of like pinpoint on them?
Well, I played in a middle position as a girl last year, and I could see I was the one taking all those touches on mid-mid and stuff. And I think, yeah, it can be an option, but sometimes girls can be surprising.
Yeah.
We have a girl who is quite good playing in Women's Open, and we're going for 33s between the two middles, boys.
Yeah.
And because they're not expecting a girl to come and run that thing and then dive, I think it can be a really nice aspect to use. And yeah, I'm not sure trying to run out the girls always works, because they're used to it now.
Yeah.
And we arrive at a certain point where you can do it, but it doesn't work enough.
Yeah,
then
definitely. I mean, Josephine playing against you last year, and against you done very well in the middle. So,
and Callie was saying earlier that they do, South Africa, they look to run at the girls ship, but sometimes you're just finding that, you know, as you say, everybody's up on the speed now, and it doesn't work, and it's kind of more of a mindset thing. You think, oh, we're going to do that, but it's really, you know, not coming to fruition, and he's going to be definitely touched.
The problem with trying this is that usually you're not able to anticipate the touch, and then you just all the flow gets away, and because the boys just think they go faster. So yeah.
Yeah, they think they've got the pace on them, but right there, just comes back, and it starts. This is where your plan moves are all about. Your set play, one there.
That looked like a 32 pickup, and then last touch now.
Nope, they're blowing for half. And so, where's your money now?
Yeah, I mean, 6 tries to England. I think they're doing very well, but I can't. The Cayman Island, they're doing so well in defence. I think it's just those little errors which are just letting England break away.
Now, the next one on the calendar is the Europeans down in Clermont-Ferrand, just down there. Are you two both finding your way down there in a week or so?
No, I've been. I'm with Bristol. I can't make my way down there, so other commitments.
But you'd like to make your way down there?
Yeah, definitely. It'd be another great, opportunity. But
Yeah, I'm going with the Belgium Women's Open team, and I'm looking forward for it.
Okay.
I love being a coach. It was a nice experience, but I play. I like to play. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And what? So you've got this one, your Atlantic Youth, right?
Yes.
You've got all of your divisionals around in Belgium as well. Lots of opportunities for girls in Belgium to take up the game. So what do they? If you want to play touch in Belgium, what do you do?
Well, you just go to a club.
You find your local club.
Yeah, we're always try to keep new players because we're still trying to get a bigger community, and then you can always try to go in a national team, and they usually keep you in the squad just to make you profit from the team and from the players and for the experience, and then we just try to get bigger and to play touch and to have fun.
A European power in the world of touch, yeah?
Well, we would like to, but yeah.
You've got a golden generation because Belgium has just lost their golden generation in the football, haven't they? So.
Yeah, we're trying to have a lot of more children into touch. Like the youth team, it's kind of new for us. It's the 2nd year, so I guess the golden generation will arrive soon.
Excellent. All right, they're coming through. Right, we'll be back with you. Look at that. Don't we all look splendid? Eh? Don't we look lovely? Are you pleased to see yourselves on camera? Yay! Right, we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes for the second half of England Cayman Islands.
Oh, it's so hard.
It's not. I enjoy it. That's quality. You're really good.
Yeah, but I need to.
Also, no doubt about your English, by the way. Your English is tip top.
Yeah, but I need to think of every word I'm saying.
It doesn't come across like it.
Same here. I haven't got a clue what's going on. Every word that you two say means I don't have to think about what I have to say.
I have to.
Right, it's very impressive. Listen, that's not just you being Belgium. Most people say to me, what do I say? I talk
Okay.
too fast, so don't worry about it.
That's fine.
What I'm saying at the moment is calm, take your time. All right, welcome back. Still here with Gethin and Josephine for the second half of England Cayman Islands. So good to see the Cayman Islands performing as well as they did in that first half. Ignore the scoreboard. This is all about development and then building the game, and it's really coming together. Josephine must have been pleased seeing how Cayman Islands performed in that first half.
Well, they did quite well. They go for pistons, they're able to go back 7, and I think that's a big start for a new team. Something else, they don't lose the ball that much, so they hold their possession, and it gives less chance for England to just go for those
They were completing their
tries.
sets all the time, weren't they?
Yeah, completely.
You know, which is a big part of the game, making sure to get it done now. Nice dive. It is diving weather, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. It's sliding, but sometimes make it hard for stepping.
And was that one over? Referee is
happy
with it.
He is happy with it.
Yeah.
Just deliberating. There is a lot of deliberation, isn't there?
Yeah. I think they check with their side officials, you know, just to double check with the call. You know, they don't see everything, but yeah, it does slow down towards that when you get towards that 70, especially with the tries. To me, in any important game, it comes a big call. You know, it could be everything.
So, Josephine, what do you think of that style of dive? That was kind of ball on the floor and slide along like you were doing one of those rollers like you do in the gym, rather than diving in the air and putting the ball down.
Well,
it stops you knocking on.
Yeah, the weather helps for those dives to work. But yeah, it was a nice 32, I think. So I love seeing girls taking those shots and diving those lines.
So we've gone through the 33 or 32 and everything else, and you know what that all means and the links and everything. Is in Belgium, do you call it the same thing? Just
Yeah.
you say so what's the 32 in Belgium?
It's a cut with the middle taking in front of the link.
And what's 32 in Belgium? How do you say that in Belgium?
32. Same, but in French. I mean, it depends, because in Belgium we do speak French, German, and Dutch.
Oh.
And so, yeah.
So they do some Flemish as well?
Yeah, but yeah, completely. And then it's kind of half-half, but there's a lot of French speakers, but then in national teams we go for English.
Right.
Yeah. So it depends on where you play, and then it can also be, Dutch or anything.
And Gethin, what about yourself? Any Welsh speaking than you?
Nah, no, not me. We have quite a few on the team, but all the schools I've gone through from high school, not Welsh. Not too good at that.
And Wales is changing its name, isn't it? In the international football side, you're going to be called Wales, as in the Welsh name, Kimwero.
I don't follow with the football now. No.
Well, no, I mean, and that's something like you don't have Wales on any of your shirts.
Yeah, no, it's.
So what do you think on that? Is that a thing that you're changing in the touch as well, or?
I'm not too sure. I don't think so. Maybe something for the future, but.
Nice dive. With a touch given. Yeah, no, that's the make sure it doesn't die.
Yeah.
Although the Welsh language, if it was to rely on you, is died, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Not too good with that.
So, Josephine, you're bilingual, trilingual. You do English, you do French, and you do a bit of Dutch?
I used to, but not anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
So you just do the 3 languages now?
I speak English a lot because of Dutch in Belgium. French is my mother's language, and then I can understand Dutch quite well, but the problem is I'm so used to speak English that when I start speaking Dutch, English just comes back again. So
Nice slide there by the 15 of England, Katie Edwards, and she does like it. You look at the state of her, she's completely black on there and into the corner for you can tell the wingers, can't you? Yeah. They're the very clean ones.
Finishers as well, teamwork try there.
Oh, there is.
Over it went, and in the corner. Ella Coyne with a try, pushes it out at 8-0.
With those light shirts, you can see who dives in the team.
You can see who's in the hard yards, can't you?
Yeah.
Into the 6, and we go again. And where in Belgium, Josephine, do you come from?
I come from the south of Brussels, so in the French part.
Oh, okay.
And I'm studying in Brussels and playing in Brussels as well.
All right. All happens in Brussels, doesn't it?
Cayman Islands setting up.
That was a nice cut,
Yeah,
but
touch first.
English can just beautiful defense.
This is where the set play should be coming in.
On for a quickie. Yeah, 6 touches over. Be interesting to see what England do here. Either, I think drive off would be the sensible option, which I think they're going to follow with.
So when you first started playing touch, did both of you suddenly think, well, this is a lot more like complicated, nuanced, like technical, tactical than you thought?
I mean, 100%, yeah. I think that, like, for people who haven't played it, and when you hear touch rugby, you just think, you know, if you went out with a few, you know, players and just played a bit of touch rugby. But when you learn the game and understand tactics, so it becomes a lot more enjoyable. But at first, yeah, definitely, it was a bit of a shock, you know. But it's, yeah.
I thought there was a touch there. What do you think, Josephine?
Yeah, I also think that touch was made, but
remember, just our opinions differ from the
yeah,
rest.
sometimes happen. 5 is doing great job scooping that ball, and might not be.
Close.
There we go. Ref's got it right.
Ref's got it right. That's.
Would you, Adam and Eve? No, you did say you were struggling with our English, and you have to think about it. So we're throwing a bit of Cockney riding slang in there. Doesn't help you at all, does it?
I just didn't get what you just said. Yeah.
England go again.
Nice to see the rain has eased up. Hopefully help with the conditions.
Stops that ball being a little bit more slippery in your hands, but as soon as it hits the deck, it's soaking wet again. I saw one team earlier had the umbrella out and a towel hanging from it, so every time they came on and off, there was drying their hands, which made me thought it was really handy for the first pass, but after that, that was it.
Yeah, exactly.
Broken down there.
6 touches.
Yeah.
6 from there. Your money's got to be on England taking it to the line.
Yeah. The space is on right with.
I think
2
it's
for England. Ella. I think, you know, if she gets that long ball again, I think she'll be in.
I think it's really nice from England to let the girls play in the middle when they see they just have the win.
Yep.
Because in mixed, they usually stay at wings and links, and I think it's a nice opportunity for them to learn if they like to play middle, maybe for Women's Open, of if they rather stay in mixed.
Well, it's all about opportunity, isn't it? It's all about,
yeah, completely.
You know, but one of the things, you know, that a lot of people saying touch is a transition game. I think it's a finished product game as well. I don't, you know, it's a brilliant transition game, but it's a game that you play and you may just decide to stick with.
Yeah. I mean, there's another great try. Structured, 32 short. I mean, they done it the first time. It wasn't on, as you see. Number 7 for England, Ella, pull out, and then straight in again. 12-1 short, start to the feet. Great try.
described brilliantly because to me it just looked like a pushover from a short range diving in, but those intricacies about how that's going together.
Great driving from Cayman Islands.
I think it's fair to say that the Cayman Islands really like holding up really well, and they just probably need more game time, you know, more competition.
Yeah.
I think they improved a lot since the beginning of the competition. Honestly, they start to do cuts, their drives are quite efficient, and their defense goes with a lot of pressure.
There we are, that's their defense again. Over the mark, that comes from the Cayman Islands pressure.
Is that a discipline, a lack of discipline penalty foul, that one? Not from the mark? I mean, you know where the mark is.
Sometimes I guess you can, you know, it's easily mistaken, you know, you go down, you're thinking of something else, but sometimes, yeah, I guess you could say discipline, you know, just not going down where he touched, I guess.
Early days, but this is a real Olympic sport, you know what I mean?
Yeah, completely.
This is all inclusive.
Yeah.
Right, all abilities, and Olympic sport have got to, tick a lot of boxes, and I'd say this does.
Yeah, and we can do a competition in a few days, so it's just perfect. I would love to see touch at the Olympics.
You see yourself running out there, do you?
I would like to, but let's see if it goes when it's in Australia.
That's straight through, and the half is looking for somebody.
There we are.
So just explaining that, as the half, he can't just run through and score. He needs to find somebody over the line.
Yeah, nor can they be touched, so.
Yeah.
As soon as they get touched, so as you see here, if he got touched there, it would have been turnover straight over. Great run, great look of space, and great work from the team.
So it's him taking that chance that he's not touched.
Yeah.
Against the same time as the opposition have got to mark everybody else.
Exactly. I mean, the idea with that scoop is, you know, maybe 4th or 5th touch to it, as if it doesn't go well, you know, that's nearly the end of your touches. But if you do on 2nd and you mess up, it's not going to look too good.
Yeah. That's a real, American football play, that the quarterback running through. You're not going to tackle the quarterback. You just got to make sure, because he can't score. You just got to go after everybody else.
Keep the other players away.
Yeah, keep them away. Got to touch the others. Some more rain comes ploughing down on us. It's actually brightened up a little bit. It's nice.
Yeah, rain stop. There we are. There's an example of being touched as a dummy
as a half.
Went for that gap, didn't come off. See, and that's where they should have run into the offside player.
Yeah.
Use him as the, he was standing around there, run into him. That's the support's got to be on there quicker. God, I'm talking like a professional, aren't I now? I'm talking about somebody knows what I'm talking about now.
Interception.
Amazing what 8 hours of touch can do for you.
Number 11 is also big for under 15.
Yeah. He ate all these Brussels sprouts when he was growing up.
I think we should check some IDs sometimes.
Do you like that? Brussels sprouts. That was bringing you into the conversation. Brussels, where you come from, and sprouts, because he grows bigger.
I don't have it.
I know, it's lost on you. It's lost on most people, everything I say, so I won't worry about it.
We could just keep in French and start French would be easier for me.
Do you want to do a little bit of...
again?
Oh, no.
What a great try, great dive from
I got
number
it.
2.
You explain this try in French now.
That's horrible. No, I need to do something great.
Yeah, go on. You do this try in French.
Alors, 2 mid, ça part en cut, 32 cut, passe à l'air doublé, longue passe à l'aile, l'aile attrape la balle et super plongeon. C'est très bien joué. L'ailière des îles Caïmans est quand même vachement bien revenu, donc ça c'était pas mal, mais l'anglaise était plus rapide et a posé le ballon avant que le touch soit fait.
Oui.
Merci, 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 merci.
Nothing else.
I think it was even more stressful than in English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that was bon nuit to my commentary career then. Au revoir, as they say. Well done, thank you. You're doing
Au
great.
revoir. Oh, so hard. Au revoir. Oh, loss of control.
The ref's going to play it.
Offside seems to be called.
Yeah, offside, so 6 again. That's the only thing Cayman Islands are lacking in defence. Just watching that offside get on side with the ref, because they're shooting up in pairs, which is really killing the English attack.
And what's the tactic to deal with that?
When two pairs shoot up like that, the idea is to almost just wait for one of them to bite and then just play it back and forth your mid until the gap's on. But if they do come up well and they do it as they should, you just got to keep driving and just aim at the, like you said earlier, the playoff side.
Why is there only one game filmed?
One pitch?
Yeah, one pitch, I mean, because I know in Nottingham for the Euros last year there were a lot more cameras in here in Nottingham.
So my brief understanding of that would be budget.
Yeah, okay.
But I can't think of any other reason, or main reason why it would be. But yeah, just obviously there's a cost element. These guys don't come cheap from what I hear, It would be good to get the same setup on a lot of the pitches, and maybe as touch, and the sponsors and everything come through, that will start happening.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's such a growing sport. It's really growing well, and you can see how this would take off in schools where people are worried about,
100%
contact. Knock on that. Nope. No.
Won't work.
We're definitely going back for it.
Good
These
try.
Conditions are really taking toll on some of the plays.
So, what did you change in your game, Josephine, to with these conditions in mind? What was the kind of like, as the coach, what were you telling people? Just keep it short?
I just said them, it's raining, just be careful, and then they just did the job perfectly. Yeah, it's raining a lot in Belgium as well, so what do you mean? We just need to be used to it, and then it can happen to lose a ball on a slippery ball as well, but just need to try to not do it that often.
Yeah. I do love that tactic where you run to somebody and you touch them, right, to initiate the touch and the roll on rather than you having to wait for them.
I mean, it's the safest play sometimes, because a lot of plays, they pull out and this, if you go down without being touched, it's straight turnover, and, it's a big waste of set touches.
Two minutes to go.
It was 6-0 at half-time. Cayman's in these conditions and going on. I think they've done really well not to let it run completely away.
32 cut with a dive, and she was on.
Yeah, the conditions are really tough. As I previously played in that match, it really wasn't a good
what happened
preference.
just here? Turnover?
I think he's given it 6.
Maybe back chatting, because I know, it seems to be a roll ball. Oh.
This could be dangerous for Cayman Island. 6 touches on the 7.
Let's see what England shows us.
We got looking at Archie at number 13 for that. 32 long or close.
Oh.
So this will be the last play now. Cayman should just be able to run this minute down, or 40 seconds. Just want to run it up for a bit of contact. Transition as well. Hard touch.
20 seconds left.
Cayman's not giving up. They're still running that, isn't they?
Yeah.
Four seconds left.
Oh.
Now the turnover.
Well, maybe.
Last three. I think she's going to burn a touch.
And the referee is calling it.
Called it game.
He's called it game. It's 13-0 to England. They run out. And so one more game to go. Guessing, Josephine, what a privilege having you two on comms. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Josephine, I know you were like panicking in there. You enjoyed it?
Yeah, thank you. It was nice.
French as well?
Yeah.
Your French commentary?
No.
No?
No.
Not so much?
Right, no. Just more stress.
All right.
Pressure.
Well, you did really well. So thank you very much. We will be back with the last game in, well, roughly about 8 minutes, which is going to be, I was going to say South Africa, Ireland. It's not. It's going to be England B against Ireland B18. So that'll be a cracker in there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Good stuff. Hello. There we go. Thank you very much. Well done. Cheers, Wendy. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, but hey, if you want another one tomorrow, you just come grab us, mate. Yeah, Jess is on. She's got no choice. Yes.
You will be.
Yeah, you will be at the end.
I'm going to screenshot it, Jess, and be like recently released.
I'll be like this on the live stream, Jessica, you stay in there.
Still one defender. Tackles defend. I'm your first. Oh yeah.
Game of the day, the last parade of the touch cup here at University of Nottingham, and we got a very special Sister Jessica. Jessica, great to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you.
Shine much on you. You're doing great. So Joe's going to take you through, and Jessica, what we got to do is remember that he's your big brother, so you don't talk over him.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hand over Joe, Jess. This is it. You're off.
Amazing. And what a game to commentate as well. Boys 18s, England versus Ireland. We've seen England earlier in incredibly wet and rainy conditions. Dried up a little bit, but the ball will still be slippy. Expecting big things from England. We were talking to Will Upton at the end of their previous game, And he said that he was happy that the boys were able to grind out the result, even though the weather conditions weren't in their favour and they weren't able to run all of the platforms and structures that they would, ideally be able to. But this is set up for a stormer. And Jess, you've played in these conditions all throughout today. How difficult does it make it?
Oh, it makes it so much more difficult. Even just the small little things like getting the ball off the rock and little things like that. However, it is great for all your diving practice.
Been saying that all day. You might not be able to zip the ball from A to B as fast as you could, but you can dive from 15 meters out and still be hitting that line. And on the pitch now, pod starting for England, the Jacques brothers, just so explosive, so fast. And then you've got Dylan Match, this near side link, and we are underway. Jacques brothers immediately begin the routine of playing around shooters and gaining many yards. England rolling into their platforms, butting up the middle. Adam dumping the ball. Dylan Match finds the long, look for the long ball. Winger is available. Score is in the corner, a little bit of a hard contact. But ball is down first, and the dreams start for Ireland.
Yeah, it's a good opening score, showing them how they hope to carry on.
Yeah, and I just realised I said dream start for Ireland. Well, unless my eyes are deceiving me, that was England going over there. Superb long ball, brilliant spatial awareness from the winger to hold the space, and then a full extension getting the ball down. Now Ireland driving up, looking to reply. Just slowing things down for the moment. 32, looking open side. Skip pass to the winger, but a really easy covering touch. That's number 13, Matthew Hawes, getting around, making the touch. Now Ireland looking to expose the 2-on-1 on their box side. Doesn't quite come to fruition. And England will get the penalty for touch and pass. And Jess, you know a lot of these boys. You'll be training and playing with them next year for NQ.
Yeah, I know quite a few of them. They're very, very good.
Who are the ones to look out for?
Cooper is definitely one to look out for. He's very explosive off the ball as well. And you've also got Sam Thorpe, who's great at setting and just going for the line.
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's this pod that causes the most damage for this boys' side. Here he is, Cooper Bainbridge, pinning the ears back. Dylan Madge looks to step away, but a big touch comes in from behind. Dylan with a right little smile. Ball probably could have gone to the wing. But he backed the feet, and Ireland are able to scramble in the corner. Brilliant pressure from Sam Thorpe getting up, and Ellis Watts matching the tempo that's been set. And something I've noticed about the England transition defence, and I'm not sure if the coaches will thank me for highlighting it or not, is they send the winger high immediately, and it's like they want to save the middles and the links to make the touches by sending the winger high. But here's the pace through, and Sam Thorpe just says, no, pal. Not today, not that easy. You're going to have to work harder for success.
Yeah, he's very good at that. He understands when people are just going to go through, and he'll step up and just go sort it out. He's everywhere that you need him to be on the pitch, really.
Oh, trying to disguise the pass, but the ball goes to ground. Sam just wiping the dirt off the hands, but what a superb defensive effort. And the commitment levels in defence for this England side have been so good. Diving at touches. Ellis Watts backing the hands out to the wingers. Bailey Blackburn takes the ball down. Dylan Madge trucking it up. And England might only have 2 touches to play with, but as they showed yesterday on live stream, they are happy with scooping from 30 metres out because of the sheer pace that they've got. Jacques brothers taking the ball down. This is 5th. Referee just pauses it. Penalty given. Hard touch. Repeat set of 6. Not the people you want to be given a repeat set of 6 on the line. Tom drags the ball. This is Adam Jacques looking for the link hole, and it is wide open. And number 16, Seb Conahan, goes over. And that is all too easy for England. And if this is the tempo they're setting for the rest of the game, then we're in for a cricket score. It's a lovely work play. You see them fake the short, they go long. Oh, and the link hole is absolutely perfect. It's superb heads-up play. Now Ireland now desperate to reply. England's defensive profiling, just making that dumper work so hard for their success. And Ireland currently at 6s and 7s, trying to figure out what they want to do. They open side quickie. They go to the short side, now come back open, saving the touch. 32. They look long. Link is available. But it's crowded out with ease. It's Archie Devlin trucking the ball at the middle. Dylan Madge. Feel like I've said his name more than most over the course of today. Good feet, good hands. Unfortunately, the pass has just drifted forward. And now as Ireland get the turnover, I mean, I think it's fair to say that they're struggling to find success in their attack. Anything from your knowledge that could help them out?
They just need to concentrate on getting the ball down cleanly, like that for an example. And just going direct sometimes and staying really deep. They're very flat, so they've got no momentum to run onto that ball. And if they can do that, they'll find themselves getting down there a bit easier, maybe a couple of touches to play with on the line. And that's when we'll see some action from the Ireland team.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's almost like teams get sucked in about worrying who's on the ball in which situation. And sometimes you've just got to get that ball down and get the dump going. It's a bit of a wobbly roll ball, but Ellis Watts is able to recycle the play really well. Looks for the ball in the corner, but I think it's going to be given for off the mark, and it is indeed. Oh, no.
In the ruck.
Yeah, penalty to England. Foot in the ruck for Ireland.
Yeah, it's good from the ref there. Use his advantage as well.
They've got a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of these 32 longs. Indeed, Cooper Bainbridge looking for the long ball. It's really nice and flat. Referees are so happy, and yeah, we've spoken all day about using all of the touches available to you, but why use 6 when you only need 1? Power, pace, accuracy. This boy's 18 has it all. Lovely long ball, flat out the hands, just fading forward, but flat out the hands, and Cooper Bainbridge, a beautiful option off first touch. And Ireland now really up against it. Trying to find some more success. Scooping, good option. Ball back on the inside, well recycled. Got a touch. That's 5th. Ireland just losing track of the touch count. Now they've got to create something from nothing. Looking to kill the ball over box side. Pass goes, but it's too easy for England to defend. And in that instance, we saw Ireland getting some better platform, but it seems like not all of the players on the same page.
Yeah, I feel like when they get to the line, they look quite panicky. Sometimes it's just about taking maybe 10-15% off of it to understand what the players and what everyone wants to do and understand the roles within it.
Yeah, and how viable is having that player that's just willing to take the ball down and platform for the striking players?
Yeah, it's so good. You do just need somebody to just stick their head down and really go for it, really. So.
Oh, what a ball that is. Archie Devlin picking up from the 32 long. A platform we've seen them operate from all tournament. It's superb. Moses Ratnish taking the ball down. Dylan Madge picks up. Archie Devlin, one pump, jumping pass. Ball over the top, and they arrive in the sub box, all smiles. And now as we sort of roll through halfway point of this first half, Ireland's defence not really doing too much wrong, just being outclassed by the attacking prowess of England. Anything they can do to shore that defence up?
Just step up off the line, really. If you're off the line, they dive at your feet, you've got more of a chance of getting that given. Stay a bit tighter, and as soon as you see somebody pick up and look to go long, you've got to chase out, especially if you're on that wing, because these long balls will just go so easily. and will definitely go to hands and be given as a score.
No, agreed. And yeah, we've spoken a lot on the live stream about painting good pictures to the referees, bouncing up off the line, and Ireland maybe just need to show a little bit more desire in defence, because in the midfield, players are going up, but they're going up in single shooters, and against a team like England, yeah, they'll be able to pass around you all day long.
Yeah, I've just seen Dylan there just pick up off one of the shooters, just pass around them, then you gain like an extra like 10-15 metres, and it works so well because you can platform off that as well, get a scoop going, and then you've got loads of people quite very offside. So.
No, definitely, and you know, setting that offside line, it really does come, and you know, especially if you pass around that shooter then has, you know, sometimes 15 metres to go back, and continually offside, you start to generate the roll, and then that generates momentum, and then you can really look to strike. At the moment, Ireland just not doing enough to ask the right questions of England. I would begin to send shooters up in 2s and 3s rather than singles, because at the moment England just being able to dance around, and probably could have had a strike from that platform, but Dylan Madge just says no, not right. Long comes. No, I'm not even going to comment on the dive, because the Jacques brothers, we know what they can do, and it is just superb. But I don't know whether to call it a long, a fire up, a bit of both. It's like a long up. So whatever it is, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, and it is effective. Oh. Lovely dive. I would not want to be doing the cleaning of the kits tonight. That's a big old job. Ireland now trying to work the short side, but England are very well numbered up.
Yeah, just needs to set something. Here comes a shot with a wrap, firing it long. England seem to have it covered.
Yeah, and the defensive spacing from England has really impressed me over this tournament, and they really are able to move on that string. They're moving as a set of 6, not as individuals, and you know, that's the benefit you get, is you do then cut out the little inside balls that could unlock a defence if you're not moving together as a unit.
Yeah, they're working really well all together. Definitely comes from comms, you can hear them all from the side of the pitch. That's so helpful, especially when you're playing. You know who's going up and what's happening, so yeah.
Very rare error from this boys 18 side. Just losing control of the ball whilst they're in their transition, but now they'll work extremely hard to get this ball back. Dylan Madge up making the touch. And again, they come back towards Madge. Ireland now working it back to the open side. Quickie, ball hits the face. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, that'll be given touch and pass. Ireland trying ever so hard to unlock the defence, but England are just too comfortable. And for my mind, I would like to see Ireland get onto the links more for England and condition them to stay wide, because at the moment you're not creating the separation of the players in the middle of the park.
Yeah, definitely. If they start expanding their play out a little bit, you're going to find space all the way through the defence. And that'll definitely help Ireland out, as at the minute when they're attacking, there is no space to attack into.
Yeah, definitely. And there are a couple of plays that will help that, but I think the most important thing that will help create that separation is being able to move the ball from one side of the pitch to the other in a very efficient manner. You see England be able to do it. They're just checking off around shooters, trusting their hands. And, you know, I think it's just the disparity in core skills as we see England go again. Ellis Watts scoops through, finds acres of space, and it's an easy catch and ground once again. And Ellis Watts just been invited through to the England men's open side, and you can see why. Ellis just scooping through from the 32 platform, and that's on one occasion you've seen them not give the long, but rather scoop through individually.
Yeah, Ellis is rapid. He's got loads of pace. He will just pick up and go at them. And you've got to test your defenders like that, see, you know, who can catch up with you and who can't.
Yeah.
Then you can play off that later on in the game, and definitely you're causing some trouble with that.
No, 100%. And 5 tries to the good, 13 minutes in, coming up to 14. England, very good value for it. Ireland needs to get a score on the board as soon as possible. And it's those circumstances like that where they actually work the overlap quite well. There's a 2-on-1 on the wing, but that final pass just not sticking for Ireland. And England's just able to roll through the gears.
Yeah, Ireland's shooting's getting a little bit better there, stepping up. Instead of just waiting for England to meet them, they're going to meet England now. But however, saying that, they are getting some far down the way. Got penalty now. I think it's for a hard touch. Yeah.
Yeah, hard touch. We've seen a couple of hard touches given where they do look a little bit inconspicuous, but we've seen a couple of players target the arm of the dumping player, and that can be quite dangerous, can't it?
Yeah, if they target the arm of the dumb player, one, the player's going to drop the ball because of the pressure. They can't keep hold of the ball when somebody's going for your arm. And also, it can cause really bad injuries as well. It's not the most comfortable thing to happen, but the way that England get over that is just by swiping, really, and getting the ball down on the side.
Another rare error there for England, but Ireland starting to figure out the defensive policy, moving together as a unit, and Ireland starting to problem solve on the fly, able to fix a couple of the issues that are causing them some drama. I mean, if they, they've got another touch here to play with, and if they can get it going forward, it's just this position makes it so hard when you stop and then you're trying to scoop from a static platform. But they've been able to get the penalty. I just looked over some of the coaches in the sub box, and they look very annoyed that that penalty was given. Not because it was unjust, but because they hold this team to a higher standard. And then they know that, look, that's fifth. All you have to do is hold space, and you'll get that turnover. Instead, Ireland have another opportunity.
It's a good ball, but well covered by the winger. Just stepping up and making sure he's in that passing channel so he can cut off that pass.
Better option there from Ireland, scooping open side. There's the 2-on-1, but the covering defender eats up the ground. Stops any opportunity for Ireland, and it must be a little bit demoralising for Ireland.
Yeah, England just have so much knowledge of what to do when they go short side or then when they go open side. So it's really hard to attack against them. Yeah, England just working to the box now, gaining lots of meters. Yeah, here's Sam Thorpe and Cooper. They regularly play together at NQ.
Oh, great
Cooper,
feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
super. Super, super, super. The connection is always there, and Cooper Bainbridge picking the right option every single time. It's a lovely transition. They roll through. Sam Thorpe, powerful dump, and Cooper just picks the right option. Stutter step, little catch and pass, and Thomas Kerr adds to his ever-growing tally of tries. I think I make that 13 so far in the tournament. Outrageous.
Yeah, great hands by the winger, and great stuff from the link as well. Because when you have a defender on you like that, it can panic some people. So. Really good there.
Yeah, I think it was Seb Conahan just able to with the catch and pass. And we were saying the core skills are just so important. And you can see, like, Cooper scoops, creates space, yes, but there's so much more to do. And it's those core skills of quick transfer to the winger that just, from these half chances, you then start to convert. And do you think that's just a testament to some of these guys playing and training with some of the best players that England have to offer?
Yeah, definitely. I've picked up a lot of really good things from NQ, and being able to train with them is absolutely amazing. I've been taught a lot and I've come a long way, and it's the exact same for Cooper and Sam. I started playing with them at my very first tournament at Northern Stars, and I've been with them all the way through.
Who was your coach?
Oh, my brother.
Yeah, we've created some monsters from the north, we have.
Yeah, so they work really well together, which is why they are in a mid pair together, as they know each other so well. They know exactly what's going to happen.
Fifth coming is Archie Devlin, the gas man. So electric. He goes through the gap, looks for the long ball, finds it, and that is absolutely superb. The feet's too good, the gas is too good, and then the pass is perfect. Archie Devlin, take your hat off. Oh, lovely. Look at the feet. And then the awareness to pick the eyes up, have a look to the wing. Just so good. And England look ecstatic with the performance so far. think England have set themselves a task here of holding Ireland to 0. I know there's been some discussion in the boys' team, but they want to concede less than 10 tries the entire tournament. I think they're on something like 4 or 5 now, with day to go. I think it'll be a collective victory for everyone else in this division if they can score 10 past this boys' side.
Yeah, that's 5th now, so just no bite from the England players, just staying man on.
Yeah, well done. The only thing I'm always cautious about in those situations, when it's 5th and you're in your own 7, you do want to hold space, but you've also got to keep advancing. So it's walking that fine line between holding space, not allowing doglegs to appear, but also still advancing so you don't give a penalty away.
Yeah, you just got to get in the passing channel. If the refs are calling you to walk up faster, just accept it, get in the passing channel, then even if they do pass it, you're out there, so.
Oh, Hooter goes, but they'll have one more opportunity. Passes away, but Dylan can't quite free it from the hands. And even though the half has been spectacular, they actually look a little bit disappointed they didn't finish with the score in the corner. Half-time does creep up on us, and it is 7-0 to England. And Jess, we'll have one comment. Ireland not really making too many mistakes per se. Is there anything you've seen in their defence that could help them out?
Just don't send single shooters. Make sure you're stepping up with 2 or 3, because when you've got the likes of Sam Thorpe and Cooper on the ball, they are just going to pass around. And if you do that, you'll keep England out.
And then just a quick one on attack.
Attack at the line, go for the line.
Yeah.
Just keep going for it, because you will get there. You've got to be patient on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, then hopefully it'll come.
Yeah, for me, I just think they're a little bit disjointed when it comes to structure, and maybe some players not on the same page on the plays that they want to run.
Yeah, they look like they're getting frustrated with their teammates a little bit as well, so it's just about keeping your calm head and just going through the things that you know. Don't try and make up random things on the way.
I completely agree. So we are going to take a very brief breather. Just relax, let the heart rate come down. It's been an intense half a touch, and we will be back with you in a couple moments. And the hooter will go any moment to get us back underway here for the second half. Ireland tapping off. And Jess, we were just having a little discussion. England at the moment looking very comfortable, and a couple of the coaches saying, by the way, there's other people south of the north. Well, I don't believe in that, actually. I don't believe the south actually exists. So I'll keep bringing up the boys from the north, and everyone else will just have to deal with it. And oh, I thought he'd gone through there, but the touch just come in first, and Ellis Watts getting across and making a really vital intervention. Otherwise, Ireland would have opened the scoring in the first half. No, in the second half. And now England launching from deep, but might get a loss of control. They will. And now England gonna have to work hard. Fast turnover. Oh, and the referee's just making Ireland take the ball back. Needs to get a half there.
Yeah, England just showing their mids as well. Always picked up. Long ball, but the winger's got it
Potentially could have gone through the gap there.
Yeah.
Defence presented, thought he could have scooped through. Not quite the case, now they come open side. Oh, has to flip the hands around, almost an insane grab. Just not quite there. I think that will get given forward. It does. And England now have an opportunity to complete their transition.
Yeah, just got to get up this box nice and quick, get some touches at the top so they can start attacking the line. And this is what they'll look to do. Just get the ball down nice and easy, get some pace on it.
Oh, great feet. Superb feet. We do say if you've got pink boots, you've got to be rapid. And Seb Conahan certainly is.
Yeah, it's great. You're getting multiple people in the touches as well. Just getting everyone a bit interested, and then spaces will start opening up, really.
Mm-hmm. Here's the danger man, Archie Devlin. Picks up, big step. Oh, lovely little pop-up, and he appreciates his own work. Looked like he just lost his footing for a second as he looked to throw long, and then realised, hold on, I don't need to throw long because Moses Ratnage is right in the pocket, finding the space underneath the covering Middles. Middles too worried about Archie. Commit, and Moses in acres of space. Moses part in the green sea. And for all Ireland's good work, forcing a turnover and then drawing a penalty from England in their first possession, they just concede straight away.
Yeah, I'd say they just need to look up a little bit more, as England are just sending one shooter at the minute, as they know they're not going to pass around. They look up a little bit more and just look for them other options. They'll get a lot more metres down the field.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe need to take a leaf out of England's book. At the moment, the Jacks, 32. Early release. Oh, but I think it's going to get called for off the mark. Oh, forward pass. Apparently forward pass on the base of the ruck, so really well spotted there from the referees, and now England will be motivated to get the early change. But brilliant pace. However, there's crossing.
Yeah, that'll get given us as obstruction, as we can't, as the England players, they can't get to the other person with the ball.
Just showing a little bit biased there, we.
Well, I am an England player myself, so.
Yeah, we're allowed to be biased. England now with the Jacks. 32, long. Dummy, dive, touch is made.
Yeah, they're just looking to bend the line, really. Get people chasing out so they can look back to go inside.
Also maybe a slight bit of conditioning to condense the middle and then look open side.
Yeah.
Short side play, flat ball to the wing, just goes through the legs of the winger. And what did you see there?
Yeah, probably should have gone the other way on the wrap. He'd got right round in acres of space. The link hadn't decided to shot.
Yeah, I think that's a case of Ireland being too worried about the Jacques brothers and not paying attention to who's around them. And it's very rare that you see this England side make the wrong decision. That's brilliant meters made up the middle for Ireland, really kick-starting their transition. It just slows down for a second as fresh legs come on the field, and now the pace is increased. Ireland finally playing around the shooter, just delaying getting the ball down.
Yeah, got to try and keep that momentum going. Keep England on the back foot once you've got them there. Got to keep him there.
Yeah, because England are set and it's all too easy to defend. And he just can't help but feel like, oh, you did so much hard work to get around the shooters in the midfield. You know, you save a couple touches by eating up 10, 15 metres, and then when it comes to strike dump, just standing still, you're just undoing all of your hard work. And, you know, Ireland, you've got to be able to fix that on the fly if you want to be competitive in this game. There's a feet fail him.
Yeah, the pitch isn't in great conditions. As I've played on it today, it is very slippy, and I nearly lost my footing today, so I don't blame them.
Well, Ireland see out that set from England, and now England get the nudge on. Better transition. Ireland looking a lot smoother in their transition in the second half, generating space. Unfortunately, as I'm complimenting Ireland, there's an infringement at their old ball, and England will get possession. Now, for your money before they go, are they subbing or are they driving?
They'll probably drive.
Yeah. And they look to release the gas man down the wing. Will he get there? That's a tight one. Not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, they'll just look to stay now, look to bend the line, get a half there. Maybe some thought.
Oh, I think that'll be given touch and pass. It's a lovely option and a lovely line run by Ellis Watts, but the pass from Sandthorpe just delayed ever so slightly.
Yeah, England just pressing really hard now. Putting in some good touches, just holding them up a little bit so they can't just skip round.
Yeah, really good touches there in the middle, and oh, they might get a penalty for an extension of the arms, hard touch. Keeper could maybe feel a little bit hard done by there. I thought it was a really good dominant nudge, but referees disagree.
Yeah, it's just about keeping control in the roll ball. The refs want the roll ball to be competitive, just still fair at the same time.
No, 100%, and we've seen a lot of the referees ping hard touches when they don't look that hard, but it's that locking of the elbow. You're not absorbing the momentum of the touching player, so they're not having care for their safety. So if the referees see that locked elbow, it's going to be very easy for them to ping the hard touch. Good hands diving on the floor, and keeper very gentle in the touch.
Yeah, I think he's just proven a point now, which will be good. Him just stepping up again.
Oh,
I think he's been...
Oh, well saved. I think there was a confusion of the touch count. England look a little bit perplexed, but saved in the end. Bailey Blackburn it was, knocking the ball down. So Ireland will have a repeat set of 6, but England keep the score for Ireland to 0.
Yeah, they're just looking at the minute now to get their mid-mid separation. So one of them get onside, tuck underneath and save the other middle, which is exactly what's happening here. Cooper's making the touches and Sam's right under him to save him.
And I've got to say as well, the profile of the England defenders is so good, just controlling the space and not showing their hand really to Ireland.
Yeah, it's all about your direction of your hips as well. So if you're facing out, lots of the defenders will try and step back in. So it's just about keeping square really when you can and just stepping on.
100%, and this is 5th touch now for Ireland, so no touches to play with. Got to generate something from nothing. A little switch, step back, nothing doing.
Yeah, it's just about holding space here, which you can see Sam and Cooper doing really well, but getting called offside.
No, and this is what we spoke about earlier. 5th touch, you don't want to surrender the space, but you've still got to advance.
Yeah. They'll be going now mid to get a really good pace. They don't want to give any more on the line.
Oh, that's a brilliant touch from Sam Thorpe. Ireland maybe looking to get away with a loss of control there, but Cooper makes the touch on the line. Sam just highlighting, I can't see the line, sir. Cooper making the touch. Ireland look to go short side. There is an overlap, but the pass is just behind the link, so he has to check his run. Trying to set up the hammer. Half not there.
Yeah, 5th's come in, so they need to set something.
Yeah, 6 touch and turnover, and England do well to defend the set. But penalty given.
Yes, that's the 3rd one on the line now, so somebody gets sent to the box at the back, which you can see there, just for this set. So they have to defend with 5, which will be very challenging for them, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we're going to see Cooper Bainbridge go and make as many touches as possible. Absolutely rapid on feet. And you can see Cooper and Ellis presenting, so Sam can get onside. Overlap isn't executed, and the ball goes to the ground. And England are able to defend a set with 5 superbly.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Just letting Sam hold back that little bit, letting him play a pocket almost, which just then he can then just go save everybody else, really.
Yeah, Ireland foot in the ruck, and England now will be able to complete their set, transition out of defence, but just guilty of overplaying. And you can see some of the England players are desperate to try and get off the field. And now this English defence is very disjointed.
Yeah, Sam making the touch there, just taking him to his short side.
Brilliant touch.
Yeah, I just want to get high now. This is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, Sam, huge call saying stay out, backs his athleticism and gets there. But a brilliant purple patch here for Ireland, so really sustaining some pressure. Not many teams have been able to do this to England. Can they get the reward? Not if Ellis Watts can say anything.
Yeah, great shot by Ellis. He knew what was coming. Just stepped up, made sure even when the ball went to him, there was no chance of him getting to the line.
Yeah, England really enjoying this little dogfight that they're in at the moment. I think they just need to complete their sets now. Archie Devlin just skips away from the touch. Absolutely no problem at all. But I mean, not Archie Devlin, Ethan McGilvray. And for all their defensive work, England actually come out on top, and they look enthused by their defensive stop. Bit of a physical touch there, just hanging around, although that's the kind of touch you want to engage with if you're the striking player, because he's hanging around offside. They look long, links open. Dylan Madge goes for the tap on, probably could have just grabbed it, accelerated, fixed the defender and give, but they're looking to put on a show.
Yeah, probably could have just gone through there, used his pace, got a dive for the line, but yeah, if that would have pulled off, that would be impressive.
Yeah, they're enjoying their touch out there now, and I mean, 8 tries to the good. Why wouldn't you be? There's no one there for Ireland, so England can just get up and put the press on. Unfortunately, England going up in individuals, and Ireland able to play around. Oh, lovely interception. Can he go? Can he go? Oh, yes, he can. No problem at all. Harry Courts capitalising. England over the past 5 minutes have had virtually no possession, but that does not matter. Superb. Lovely hands, and then just recognises, hold on, I've got the gas on you. There's no way you're catching me. Puts the hammer down, and we saw Harry Courts yesterday go full length. It's not quite full length, but it has the same meaning. Yeah, brilliant defensive work here from England, just getting up as a unit, shutting down the space, not allowing Ireland any success, and Ireland really having to work hard. They look short side, 2-on-1. No, but Bailey Blackburn's too fast, covers the space too easy. Forward pass. And it's these sort of situations, Jess, that England have been so dangerous from, launching from deep, and it seems like they're happy to scoop from anywhere. Is that something that is consistent throughout the entirety of the England team, or is it unique to this boys' side?
I think it's through the entirety of the team, really, because even in the girls' 18s, if it's coming up to 5th and you're on halfway, the only thing that you're going to do is get that ball down really nice and softly, get someone to pick it up, scoop it through, and just see how far you can get, really. You've got to try back yourself in them situations and make the best out of a bad situation.
And it really does seem, you know, especially from my perspective, I've been able to have watched quite a lot of the England side. It does seem like the play styles are very similar. There are differences, but the core values and almost like what the tactics are built upon all seem very similar, which is just pace, direction, scooping on 5th and back in their natural ability.
Yeah, just getting down, diving as well is one of the main ones. Andy loves a good dive as well, so he makes us practice them and even does diving challenges with us, which can be painful at times, but in conditions like this, it's great.
Yeah, England, 5 minutes to go. 9 tries to the good. Nothing can reply for Ireland. And England just proving that the class is a little bit too good.
Yeah, just getting up the wing now, just trying to get them extra people on instead of just going far. And here they come, just going to look to play around a little bit.
The twins, ever so dangerous. Adam to Thomas. Thomas on the ball. Adam scooping. Oh, lovely disguise switch. Oh, and the 2-on-1 just couldn't quite be executed, but England are enjoying their work.
Yeah, great shot there. Just keeping up the pressure, which just results into an unforced error, really.
Yeah, and I think that's just the quality on field is proving the difference. England able to put the press on from anywhere, really. And there's a 32, could look back on the inside, goes himself and the touch is made.
Yeah, just going to want to bend the line, get people interested. Got a big mid space there.
Yeah, score, lovely, lovely. The Jacques combining. If one wasn't going to score, the other certainly would. And that takes England to 10 tries. And what's nice is this is a little bit of variation. So instead of running the long, they rung the short with the wrapper. I think he was actually expecting the inside ball as he's looking for it, but he holds the space, fixes the defender.
Yeah, it's great eyes up play there, just realising what's on and what's not.
Adam to Thomas, Jacques score. Superb. Made in Chester, finished in Nottingham. Liam would be so happy watching these two run out. Three minutes remaining now. And England will try desperately to hold Ireland out. They want this 0. They want Ireland to have the donut. Archie Devlin chasing across, and it's hands in the corner. But England's defence are able to work across ever so comfortably and just cut out any potential space for this Irish attack. Ireland now striking at the line. Diving under, and that will be their score. Although, was he half? Yeah, half can't score. I was wondering why the hole was there a little bit too easy. Half can't score, tries to go through. Doesn't quite happen. And England are having a little bit of a party in the sub box. England just having to bring the ball back. Forward pass. Might be able to hear the call there of the coach just screaming 90 seconds, hold them out. They want this 0. They don't want to concede here. Ellis Watts up making the touch. It's superb work rate at the moment from England. End of the third day and still flying off the line to put pressure on. And that is hips not square, and barring an intercept for Ireland, England will see out this game with the clean sheet.
Yeah, and double digits as well. That always helps. It'll help with their points difference as well for tomorrow, ready for finals day.
And from potentially a, I don't want to dare to say disappointing game earlier against Wales, but maybe slightly underwhelming compared to their previous performances. This is a statement of what they can do when they get motoring.
Yeah, it's just about keeping up the intensity, keeping it moving.
Ireland player loses a boot, chucks it to one side. And with 25 seconds to go, England want to finish with a final score. This is 5th, so they've got to generate something from nothing, but don't count this team out. They take the ball down, and just over 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
And the hooter will go any second now. This will end England 10, Ireland 0. And you talk about statement results, this is one of those. Although Ireland looking to go all the way. Oh, brilliant hands to pick it up. But it's a touch and pass, and it will end England 10, Ireland 0. Superb performance from England.
What a stirring performance to finish the day with. What a brilliant though. Jessica, how good was that, eh?
Yeah, really good. They showed everyone what they can do, really.
And did you ever think you were such a natural on comms?
Oh, she'll go all shy. She'll go all shy.
No, it's really good. Joe, you must be really pleased with that. It was just like, such a great end of the day for England and, a good display as well. That was the main thing about it. It really came to life. So it was great. So we're going to... That place closes at 8. We've got to get out of here really quick because we've got to change because we got the big one tomorrow. We got the main. We're back on the main pitch. We got all the stops tomorrow. It's going to be big. Any predictions tomorrow? Come on, give me some big ones.
I think South Africa are going to surprise some people, especially in that mixed 18s division. The only other big one I've got is England clean sweep.
Whoa, Jessica, thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely confident going
England
into
clean
it.
sweep. Well, you heard it here first. The man says it. He's the man that's been watching all day. He's got his finger on the pulse. We know what's happening. So don't be late. 8:30 tomorrow morning. Catch us. We're here with the first games, and then we're here all day right through to those presentations. Look forward to that. There's more to come your way. Thank you for being with us today.